All right, it's another day, and I'm just going to kind of dive right into it. So, uh-oh. I didn't notice that failed. Remember, that must have been a result of the crash from yesterday. So let me nuke that file, and I will restart the kernel build. We don't need the kernel immediately. I can work on building some userland stuff. So glibc did build last night. Yeah, and it did install. I wish I ran time on it so I could see how long it took. So it does look like... Yeah, it does look like we have the everything. Did it make a link there? No? Okay, I'm a little concerned that that's not going to work correctly. Because the dynamic linker may not be where it wants stuff to be. Yep, good afternoon. Yeah, I have this horrible feeling that whatever I end up building is going to be very scuffed. To hell with it. We need to dive into this. I'm already way behind where I want to be with this project. So... Linux packages. So yeah, so Readline was what I was working on building. So that would be configure prefix user host x86 64 unknown Linux GNU gmake j6 gmake dist dir. Okay, let's let that do its thing. So what I'm probably going to work on is I'm going to work on the script for the next part while this kind of grinds away. So I will, let me pop the chat out. Yeah, pop chat out so I can see it. So I'm going to, okay, so I got the chat there in a window. I've got my script document over here. So I can work on this and basically be doubly efficient. So it's almost a week before I picked up this project again. Real life stuff and personal trip down to Athens kinda got me tied up. Between streams, I did rebuild glibc to fix the configuration issues I talked about earlier, and also reinstalled the newer kernel headers. This wasn't strictly speaking necessary, but I figured while I was here, I might as well. Yeah, I'm concerned it's not going to be able to find the dynamic linker. That is a very real problem. All right, so what was next was going to easily be the most time-consuming part of this project. I needed to build the Userland, which is the collection of tools and utilities that surround the Linux kernel. My initial plan for my first stream back. Hey, Costas. Right now, I'm just writing out the script for the next devlog. I don't know when I'm going to put the next one out. I kind of need to make up... I want to reach some progress before I get there. Also, I am recording, right? Yeah, I am. Back was to tackle this, but I realized shortly after starting, I had made a mistake. I hadn't moved the old sysroot out of the way, so the links I made as a kludge caused make install to put things where I didn't want them. Great. So I kicked off make install again after clearing the root and got to work. I knew that was going to take a few hours, since unfortunately glibc's makefile is massive and make runs very slowly on services for units. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss cost, Tess. I hopefully, yeah, funerals are. I don't know what to say. Like, you know, it's like, in regards to a funeral where, like, yeah, we're now starting to cross compile. So we're doing Readline, which is a dependency for bash. It's not a strict dependency for bash. I can build without it, but bash and core utilities are the two things I'm going to build right now, because I want to see if I've actually got a working userland. Which probably means I'm going to have to tar this up, copy it over to the Linux system, and see if it works. But I need some utilities in it to actually know if it is going to work. I'm really hoping I don't have to build glibc a third time. I probably won't, but I am kind of concerned about the dynamic linker. I might have to pop onto Linux and figure out what exactly I am or am not doing. So we see Sias, life to you. That is a good way to putting it. I was doing some Greek practice earlier. I really need to get back to live streaming my Greek on the other channel. It's like I said, this week was kind of a smorgasbord of stuff. Configure scripts are always slow on Windows. I was hoping they'd be faster on services for Unix, but yeah. It's always been kind of this slow. Especially because this is XP. We also seen that if put to the test, I can make the kernel tap out. Because we had to pull out WinDebug last time, so I actually am going to have to write about that. All right. So right now I'm just typing up my thoughts of basically what I did with the last stream and such. So, yeah, YouTube doesn't let you post a link unless you're an approved user, and I can't approve stuff in the chat interface or if you're a channel moderator, which I can do from the interface because, yeah, I don't know. Magic. All right, so that's Readline building just fine. It compiles just fine. It literally is just configure and make being very slow. So that's Readline built. So I think that means next up is bash. Alright, so let me grab bash. I'm going to just make a new directory for it. Because I can build bash and if I can build core utilities, that is enough to at least see if I have a functioning userland. I'm not convinced that this is going to work because of the lib64 split. And that's kind of irritating. I think there's a separate configure switch on glibc for lib64, and that's no doubt going to cause me a annoying amount of pain. I'm actually going to make a build directory for this. Alright, so this is going to be a fairly long configure, because Bash has got a lot of stuff. Well, the current edited video is at 1 hour, 6 minutes of footage. I'm pretty sure it's going to make the hour and a half mark. It might even get all the way to 2 hours. So, yeah. Hold on a sec. You know, I just realized I can run multiple configure scripts in parallel. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. So we can definitely speed this up quite a bit more. So let me open a new terminal. Tools bash. Okay, I have... Yeah, I do. So let me go to source... Yeah, let me grab core utilities. Hey, Jackie the Deer. Alright, so that's extracting. If I can get bash and core utilities both built, I can tar up the chroot and see if things are happy. Or at least happy-ish. I still am not sure what the actual end goal is going to be. I want to be able to boot the system without having used Windows XP, and I was actually just writing that. Of sorts. Ultimately, to make a usable Linux system, I was going to need to partition a hard drive and install a bootloader. This meant I needed parted EFSS progs and grub at a minimum. However, even if I could build those, I don't have an easy way to... I still need a way to run them under my just built Linux kernel. After all, while it might be possible to use a file system add-on to add ext2 support to Windows XP, ideally I would prefer to partition and install under Linux with my just built kernel and cross-compiled Userland. Although, even at this point, I had some reservation. On if this would actually work. The main problem here is that Microsoft's NFA is permissions. Microsoft maps. NFS server shipped. Services for Unix uses Windows style permissions and then maps that Alright, so core utilities extracted. So let's get to cross compiling here. So configure prefix user sbin dir sbin host x64 unknown Linux GNU. I think that's all I will actually need. All right, so that both of these, yeah, so both of these are basically gonna go. Check build system. Yep, okay, that's cool. All right. I mean, Costas, that is kind of the plan. I just don't know if the NFS server with services for Unix is actually gonna let me do that. But we might even be able to get that done today. We did quite a bit of work on that yesterday because I got tied up due to glibc issues. So let me actually note what I'm doing here. So between streams, okay, first userland build stream. Well, it's where the root file system will live. It's not that NFS supports netbooting. It's that you can load the kernel with Pixie Linux, which cross-compiling that is going to be exciting for all the wrong reasons. I'm going to make the directories available. I'm not going to go through and like make all the patches because fucking hell, that's a lot of work. But I'll make the source tools and binaries I built available once it's all said and done. Okay. Yeah, I got, let's see here, delete broken file I ended up with, restarted, kernel build. Started building the userland in parallel, starting with readline. Readline is a library for command line editing used by bash and I'm mostly just keeping notes on what I'm doing and what I'm building in what order. Okay, interesting implications. That said, I didn't exactly need much to work. Even if I could only boot into bash. As long as I can run parted, tar, and a few other commands, I was in business. However, getting this done is a little easier said than done. For Intel compatible systems, diskless booting is accomplished via something known as PXE, or the pre-boot execution environment. PXE uses dynamic DHCP to configure the network, download a first stage bootloader via TFTP, and then downloads the kernel, which handles the process of loading NFS root. All right. Intel compatible systems, diskless booting is accomplished by something known as PXE, or pre-execution, pre-boot execution environment. All right. On traditional Linux systems, this normally requires a requires setting up a DHCP server, such as ISC DHCPD, Kia, or DNS mask. However, this is a Windows system, and there's an easy solution in the form of TFTP D64, which basically handles everything I need in one easy package. The one problem was finding it. TFTP D64 is, despite the name, it is available for 32-bit Windows and does work. I don't even think the kernel, I think, only supports NFS root. There has to be specific code in the kernel for root file system support. So I don't think you could do root SMB. You could do it if you had a RAM disk, which is conceivable, but we'll get there. Let's work on Windows XP. The problem was finding a copy and then Windows Defender. And when I say Defender, I mean the copy on my host Windows 11 system. But we'll get to that. TFTP D64 was hosted on Bitbucket, which unfortunately had its archives purged about 2 years ago. Mirrors of TFTPD do exist, and with help chat, I did find one. The problem here was the downloads suddenly got flagged as malware by Windows anti-malware protection. This is almost certainly false positive, and I'd seen reports about this online. What I couldn't do was get the file to stick around long. Windows told me it had quarantine. Chrome flat out refused to let me download the file. No matter. I use gget. Hey, Scott Vatros. Sorry, I'm literally writing out what will be the script for the next devlog. Kind of like doing multiple things at once. Antono Nutty, you really don't. You're kind of YOLOing it. If you actually look carefully at config, it will at times saying it's making guesses, and those guesses can be wrong. But that's what we're going to be testing it. I think the end goal is to get a system that can self-host, which basically means it can build GCC for itself and then any other software it wants. I would like call that a winning success. How are we doing on viewership today? Let's see here. Where is my live stream? Here's my live stream. 61 viewers, not bad. Definitely a bit of a slow start. I'm not really saying much. I'm just really doing typing, and more typing. I really do want to just see this get to the end. Like, this project has been legitimately a drain on me. In theory, this should be the downhill part. These days I use Windows. I gave up trying to use Linux as a daily driver after 10 years because I had too many problems with DaVinci Resolve and video editing, and it was just such a hassle. Switching to Windows solved a lot of those issues, and honestly, next time I do a system upgrade, which probably won't be for another year or two, I might just get like a Mac Pro or like a Studio Mac, because I find I kind of get the best of both worlds on Mac OS. I don't really love being in Apple's ecosystem, but I consider it better than the alternative. So right now I'm writing about all the issues I had with Windows Defender. Yeah, so see what it says there, but I can't check if cross-compiling, so it's defaulting to no. That's not necessarily the correct answer, and you can give a hints file to configure to basically set those manually. It shouldn't be end of the world bad, but it is something that has to be dealt with, so to speak. Yeah, basically working away in the Linux mines. Sorry, I am typing up what will be the next script. Like I said, I'm trying to basically be, quote, as efficient as possible. So that's bash building. Core utilities is still grinding away from its configure script. Hey, real tech. Oh wow. And Anfo Nutty, thank you for the 1 gift membership. That is really awesome. Are you effing kidding me? What happened? So it tried to use R dynamic, which isn't a valid flag on Interx. That looks like an... All right, let's see if that... Yeah, that did it. All right, now we're building. All right, I gotta note that on my notes. I gotta figure out what that flags does so I can note it. No, you are... This is really, really... Alright, so make built-in. It's going to do that a few times, I'm pretty sure. I don't have to reconfigure. Make will just pick up right where it left off. All right. Sorry, I am back. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to chat right and keep an eye on the build at the same time. Like, this is... A lot of multitasking has to be done at once. Let's see if this actually gets past it. All right, that's looking a little bit better. I also just realized that bash might install to the wrong location. Hold on, where did I configure this? Yeah, I configured that wrong. Screw it. I'm going to have to fix that by hand. All right. That's fine. Let me look at the links from Scratchbook and just see what it says about things like, oh, I don't know, bash. So there's actually quite a bit here that I'm going to have to note, that I'm going to have to deal with. Okay, that's kind of irritating. I'm going to have to rebuild bash. There's that. Yeah, so there's a warning here about bash malloc that has been known to cause seg faults. Maybe I should rebuild it now. All right, well, we'll worry about that when we get there. So, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Also, why did my second screen cut out? Yeah, my right screen cut out. Why is this doing that? I lost the video feed. Like, I can't see it locally. It's still going. I don't think it got unplugged because Windows isn't complaining about it. This is bizarre. Alright, so I unplugged that. Plug that back in. Oh, okay, now I have picture again. There we go. Cool. That worked. And this is still configuring. Good lord. Yeah, no, it's fine. I got going. I just had to unplug and plug the monitor back in. Yeah, I have this distinct feeling I'm going to deal with a lot of indigestion on this process. Like I said, I just basically need to get the quote-unquote minimal system built, get it installed, and then call it good. Now, fortunately, the final build step is going to be relatively straightforward. I only need To basically get to the minimum build system, I only need about... Let me count these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So 28 packages to get a minimum system. So, and probably a bit more than that, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Or at least I really hope it's not going to be too bad. Because it might be actually really terrible. But I guess we'll see. I haven't decided I'm going to do more than just like get a minimum system, because it's actually a lot of time to do the entire build process all the way through. Like, it's kind of miserable, actually. But it is doable. Alright, I'm just gonna leave that as is. So, alright, should have also disabled bash malloc. All right. All right, so now, like I said, I'm kind of like doing all the summary and write-up stuff from the last stream. I wasn't even out of the woods yet. What makes... Okay, that just finished, that legitimately just finished, so I can do a make install here. So yeah, alright, that is Linux bash built. I might have to copy it to /user. Let that do its make install. Gotta figure out how I'm gonna write this, because I just realized there is another way I can boot the kernel. Yeah, I could net boot the kernel. That actually is a completely viable way of doing this. It's kind of an annoying thing to do, but I can do it. So, right. So the way I could also do it, and I knew this, I even thought about it yesterday, and somehow the steps didn't completely come together. I could build the kernel with the UEFI stub. And speaking of UEFI stub, how is this going? This is stuck. Okay, you know, that is a problem. All right, can I get back to menu config on this? Because... yeah, okay, so I just had a really good brainwave on how I can handle booting without Pixie Linux. God, this configure script is still going. That's still doing install. That's still doing make stuff. I think I'm going to have to clean and rebuild. Because, yeah, that's been stuck for like 45 minutes. So I think I just need the EFI stub. It's the only thing I think... because then I can boot it directly from... I can boot it directly from the UEFI shell. I just have to put it on a CD or a UEFI stick, and that should work. I'm not sure why it wouldn't. I'm going to have to change them later. I'm de facto running as root, but it's, shall we say, a little bit complicated. Yeah, there it is. EFI stub. So where is this option? Runtime support. It's under processor, features. Yeah, EFI stub support. So this lets the kernel basically load directly. Boot the kernel directly from UEFI. I don't actually need an intermediary. All right, I think I have to clean because the build has failed. So I'll let that run make clean. And then we'll just basically keep soldiering on. Okay, all right, so, was also unnecessary because all right, so that built, that installed. Do I have bin sh? All right, so let's take a look around. dir. Alright, so let's see here. PD. Okay, so that gives me an sh command. I still want core utilities. Where is this? Okay, so that's still making all of that. So that's still making headway. That's going to be slow, but what can you do about it? Alright, so that gives me bin bash. So what else what do I need next? I could basically work on all the stuff I'm going to need for the cross compiler. That would be GMP, MPFR, MPC, IS, or not cross compile. Basically, to be able to cross build GCC itself, because that's something we are actually going to need. It's going to kind of suck to do it, but it is something we're going to need. So, oh yep, that just finished. So let's do gmake J4. I don't want to completely max out the system because bad stuff has happened every time we've done that. So, alright, we'll come back to the kernel build. So, core utilities is going. I've got the source code for GMP and such. I might as well do that. So, it's interesting how it said it couldn't fork. I've definitely seen some oddities with this. Oh god, this is definitely a process. Alright. So this needs to be... Alright, so CC for build is GCC configure prefix user bill host. Alright, so that's going to configure. Yep, there we go. Build host system. All right, so that's going. Yeah, my brain is definitely kind of kaput. I don't know. I slept decently last night, and I did a bunch of class work this morning. Like, I'm now caught up because this week was a bit kind of hell. Week after next is basically shot because I have to turn in a paper. Once I have the paper done, I get the rest of the week back, but I don't know how long that's going to take me. And hopefully I get good grades on it. It's a little nerve-wracking, to say the least. Yeah, so I think all we gotta do is just sit and wait right now. Yeah, my brain is legitimately kind of potato right now. Sorry if I'm not giving all that interesting commentary. It's like I said, it's... You get days where you can, days where you can't. Let's see here. How are we doing in general? How many participants we got in chat? Not too many people act. YouTube's participant tab on my panel is like really not super useful. But yeah, okay, we're up to... Cool, we're up to 80 viewers, which considering... Yeah, isn't it like middle of the night? Yeah, it's 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, that's not bad, all things considered. Once Core Utilities finishes, I'm going to make a tarball of the sysroot, and we'll see if, like, things work. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. I have returned, chat. I have a This Is Hell energy drink, which feels very fitting for this project. There we go. Got the door closed. Energy drink is good. All right. Yeah, I do have guest. I do have guest agent between. Well, I'm using remote desktop, which makes it a lot easier. If I can get the script written out while we're live streaming, then tomorrow I can just do video editing and get this done. The script tends to be a fairly large time sink. So, let me get back to script writing. Alright. It's not Green Monster. I don't even... Let's see. Is there a brand on here? It's just called This Is Hell Energy Drink Classic. This is my choice. And then it's got a bunch of Greek on it, which... apparently the website is winwithhell.gr. But yeah, all the branding on it is in English except for like a label on it that PCK, Please, Isi Mia, Mercedes. Oh, win a Mercedes AMG A35. Yeah, so they literally have a contest on here for winning a Mercedes. Arbasi Ton Kodiko Poi. The rest of my Greek is not good enough to actually read this, but the top part about winning a Mercedes, that I understood. Yep. Hey, it's better than German energy. All that coal. All right. There we go. All right. Bolio? I don't think so. I'm not sure what that is. Oh no, don't tell me this froze. Don't tell me this froze. Oh no. Not again. Yeah. Frig. Yeah, it kernel packed again. No, I don't have Greek worry beads, although I probably should invest in those because I feel like they would be appropriate for this. Okay, obviously, I'm trying to build too much at once, so I'm gonna have to... I'm not even going to, like, even look at the debug log because I know exactly what it's going to say. I think core utilities was still going, so I'm just gonna hit gmake 4, and I'm just gonna basically pick it up from there. Oh, there must be a build directory. Yeah, there is. Well, this is a 32-bit system. So, yeah. We're just gonna kind of, you know, roll with it. Alright. So that's still doing a clean. We'll come back around to that. Alright, so seeing if it was even viable. Yeah, if you read the bash man page, you'll learn all sorts of interesting tricks. I don't remember where I picked that one up from. Probably from the documentation, but it's a really handy one if you just need to repeat previous commands. That was less than fun. Alright, let me clean up my notes. And basically just see where I end up. Alright. Mostly doing it under a Windows system because, yeah, it's really because I can, and I've had this idea for a long time. Like, I don't remember the first time I thought of, could you have actually built an entire Linux system from scratch? It was probably in the XP era was the first time I had this idea, and it does seem fitting. Also should change the status on the bot. And I should also probably add a crash counter. Yeah, let me... You know what? I will do that. I'll do that right now. So, let's see here. Quotes, timers. Alright, so with current status... All right, there we go. That's done. All right, so that handles all of that. Let me go back into my script and keep typing this out. Because like I said, the script, writing the scripts mentally takes a lot out of me. Recording the voiceover also is a lot, but I can do that when I'm well rested. Assuming I can find what I did with the script. There it is. And then now I just gotta pop the chat back up. Cool. Alright, well the bot now has a crash counter. We'll see how many, how many more I will accumulate. And rebuild the kernel. Is this doing anything? Doesn't feel like it. Not the command I want to run. I want to run proc explore. So this is running xargs and find. Okay, yeah, so that is going. It's just going very slowly because it's iterating for like the entire kernel file system. That's annoying. Is it actually making headway? I guess so. I mean, it looks like it's making headway. Alright, I'm just going to leave it as is and we'll just kind of carry on. No, the bot hasn't crashed, although the message didn't update. The bot only goes off every 5 minutes, and it waits for a minimum of 5 lines in chat before it posts a new message. So it might be some time before it makes message. Alright. Mr. Ishu. Thank you for the subscription. I haven't seen the message in chat, but regardless, thank you. Okay, so that's actually done. So now this can be dir clf install. And I'm just kind of hoping this all works out the way I think it's going to work, because if not, it's going to suck. I'm currently building a Linux system from scratch on top of Windows XP. Or as much of a Linux system from scratch as I can, because it's going to require quite a bit more tinkering. Yeah, I legitimately don't know why that is taking as long as it is. I mean, it's definitely making headway. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just not going to worry about it. All right. So now I'm writing about the NFS server, and I just gotta figure out what I'm gonna have to say here. I'm building the entire thing from scratch from a Windows system natively. Like, this is being built on Windows, and then we're cross-compiling stuff for Linux. I'm sorry I'm a little bit scatterbrained. There's an entire video series out for members about this, and then the full thing will be out probably in a week or two for everyone. Oh, that also reminds me, I have to fix the Discord integration with members. That's going to be a process. That's legitimately going to be work. I'll put that on my to-do list because I meant to do that the other day and I completely forgot. Also, my brain just turned into silly putty. Alright, so how is this all... Yeah, so that's still running its clean step. It is still finding files on the system, so I guess it's okay. I mean, it hasn't crashed. Unlike the VM. to make a long story short, yeah, sorry if I'm just mostly typing today. Like, long story short. That was relatively straightforward. Yeah, sorry. I am literally just typing the script in the other window. So, I didn't see a message get removed. I didn't remove any messages, Cold Ice. If you tried to post a link, YouTube would have nuked it itself. YouTube doesn't allow links to be posted in chat. My brain is legitimately... Alright, so yeah, this is doing all the install steps. Okay, so that did run the clean. So... I'm just going to run it with J2. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I can't turn that off. It'd be kind of nice if I could, or if I could make it easier to have approved users, but... it's whatever. It's legitimately whatever. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a fair bit of rebuilding and stuff. I'm really hoping it will be, because at this point I don't even. That's kind of my feeling on it right now. It's like I don't even. So yeah, once it's done with building core utilities, I'm going to tar up the whole thing. I'm going to copy it over to the Linux system, and we'll see if what I've built thus far works. I still am going to have to build quite a bit more things than what I've done, and obviously I still have to deal with like the whole netbooting it and stuff, but you know, one step at a time. All right, so that's making install and tests. Kernel. So I decided dev null is, but device nodes represent all sorts of raw hardware access, such as God, I am literally and mentally kind of a potato right now. Like, seriously. I apologize if I'm not really speaking all that much. Let's see. 67 viewers. But staying on top of, like, getting things done and writing. Like, I've already... This script is already 55 pages. Like, I've just kicked out... How long have I kicked this out already? Yeah, I've almost kicked out 2,000 words. 6 pages. I literally just sit here and wrote 6 pages of script. Which means that this is going to be another 20 minutes of editing. When it's done, it'll be 20 minutes edited. And I'm not even done with it yet. I probably need to thin this down a bit. Yeah, it's like one of those one step at a time things. I'm going to stand, I'm going to go stretch my legs, because this is just going very slowly, and then we'll go on to the next step. Alright. Well, it's doing all the make install stuff, so you're like, you know, it's getting there. And that's building the kernel. I do want to check something. Oh, that's less than good. That's not quite where I want these commands to end up. Well, that looks consistent with where it should be. Alright. Well, I'm going to kind of hope that this all sort of works out. Yeah, this is gonna be a really scuffed system when all is said and done. Like, yeah, this is just gonna be a really scuffed system. Oh well. Because I think I installed core utilities to the wrong directory. It should have probably been installed to bin. It shouldn't theoretically make a difference. At least I hope not. Let me see what they do on their full build of core utilities. Yeah, no, that's actually how core utilities, they build it on Linux from scratch, so that's yes. I built the... So I used services for Unix, which was Microsoft's replacement for the original POSIX subsystem, which gave me a bunch of BSD utilities. I then used those to compile Linux ones. I then built a new version of GCC, and that was a lot of work. I had to patch and basically pull teeth to make that work. Yeah, so this basically I just used what Microsoft provided me, and I compiled the rest from source. So hopefully this will finish building soon. I mean, if it's going in alphabetical order, it's almost at the end. I use services for Unix 3.5. This is literally like the 10th or so stream I've done on this. I also have a series of videos that are available for channel members that are basically the progress thus far. And then the fully edited one will get released publicly. It'll be out before the end of May, I think, at the rate I'm going. I'm probably going to do something special on my birthday. I just haven't decided what. That's in 4 days. So... Okay, that just finished. So let's... I want to just make a test and see if this works. So gtar create clf base test cfl cfs. Let's tar this up, and then I'm going to FTP it over to my Linux system and see if it actually works. Because if this actually works, then we're like a good chunk of the way of actually getting there. God, my brain is like just completely toast today. If I can just make good headway on this, it'll be good. So we're going to tar this up. We're going to test it by chrooting into it on a real Linux system. And if that works and like I have functional commands, that's a big deal. All right, so FTP 10.10.03. All right, and that's going to FTP over slowly. Like, I chugged an... Wow, that is going really slow. I chugged an energy drink, but it doesn't feel like it helped. Also, yeah, that is going really slowly. Like, it downloads just fine. It's just when it uploads, it's slow. And that might just be XP. I'm not going to worry about it. I could try using the native FTP client and seeing if it's any faster, but what's the point? It's kind of my take on that right now. Yeah. How long have I been streaming for? I think not even 2 hours yet. I don't think we're going to make too much headway today, but if I can like get a good dent into stuff, it'll be good. So what else am I actually going to need to keep going? GCC said package light and curses Linux utilities. Yeah, I mean, that seems simple enough. That legitimately seems simple enough. Hopefully all this is, like, really simple to, get this to work. What's going on over here? So that's just basically going. So if assuming I got glibc sorted, I should just be able to chroot and run bash, run core utilities and the like, and quote unquote everything will be good, happy, and so forth. Or so I hope. And even if I only make a few hours of progress on this, it's still a few hours of progress. So, there's that. Hey, Natasha. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Let's see what's going on. Discord right now. So 8 minutes for that to copy. Like, that is slow FTP. That is legitimately slow. Considering they're both on the same system. Makes me feel like that running NFS is going to be kind of painfully slow. And I'm still going to have to build Parted, which I'm a little irk-a-dirk about. Like... Yeah, I'm completely off commentary. So I don't know. How are folks' day going in chat? Like, maybe, No, it's progressing. It's just progressing a lot slower than I would think it would be. It might just be Interex's network support. Who knows? I legitimately don't know if I care enough to look, because... this is a 2003 FTP client, so not really. Plus, we've dealt with a lot of, shall we say, irk-a-jerk performance from services from Unix, so... I'm not exactly holding my breath. But I do legitimately want to see if this, if my cross-built route actually does work. I should probably kick off another build while that's going, so let's do that. So optools bin bash. And hopefully it doesn't... Did it... I don't remember if configure finished or not. No, it didn't when everything went down in the crash. Alright, so we'll let that go. Why did the progress bar go back to 0? I mean, it hasn't... What? Why did that go to 0? Saws Tam. Lost wages, Nevada, yeah. Nevada be like that. Nevada where dreams go to die. Speaking of dreams going to die, let me take a look at the news. Oh, yeah. Looking at the news is just a way of blah. I mean, it might have split the file. It's still going. I mean, it still says 4 minutes left, and it hasn't... uh-oh. Right, so I gotta fix that. CC4 build is GCC. Yeah, alright. That little issue's been solved. I forgot that I had to set that variable. Alright, let me go back around. No, I mean, the file counter's going up, so I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, like, I don't know why we lost the progress bar, but the progress counter itself is still going up, so I assume this is about 50 megabytes, so I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to sweat it just yet. Two and a half minutes remaining on that. So we have this configure script running. That's running, and that's going. I might be pushing the system a little bit because we've already had a bunch of crashes, but I'm just going to kind of hope, pray that everything works out. Infinity, I did a lot of embedded stuff and work on ARM when I worked professionally on Ubuntu Linux. I'm an ex-Canonical employee. And I used to play with hacking a lot of embedded devices, so it was part of the building toolchains was something I got good at, as well as bending GCC to my will. This one has kind of been pushing me because I had to do a lot of tinkering with GCC to get this to work. But it did successfully build a Linux kernel, so theoretically all this should be relatively straightforward. Alright. 1 minute left to see if this actually does work. I really hope it does. Building a cross-tool chain is going to be that's just going to be a project in and of itself. It is what it is. I don't know if I would clip it. I've mentioned it enough on other videos and stuff, so it's like... Yeah, well, the part that was really hard was the number of patches I had to do to GCC 4.6 to make it build, and then having to deal with all the pain it took to actually get the Linux kernel building. Like, this has been a multi-week project, and I'm legitimately getting to the... I'm getting to the point I want it to be done, so I'm just going to kind of foot the floor going through the rest of it. I think that's like actually exactly how I'm going to do it, because I can boot it right off the UEFI shell. It's not ideal, but it does work. Yeah, only 50 kilobytes per second. That is unusual. All right, let's see if we actually have a working userland now. So sudo okay. Failed to run command bin bash. That's not good. Oh, because SH is not where it's supposed to be. Hey! Okay, that is actually working. I mean, we don't have a lot of commands yet, but those definitely appear to be working. So, like, who am I? Yeah, okay, that one makes sense because I don't have the user file there. So, yeah, no, that's actually... I don't have PS? I guess it's not in core utilities. I guess that would be in utilities Linux. Which honestly does make sense. I just had to think about that for a second. Okay, that is legitimate progress. So I do have a working one. It was able to find the dynamic linker. So, yeah, so now I can exit the cheroot. There's a lot of things Windows is unhappy about, like... Alright, so this needs to be here, and that needs to be like that. Alright. So, cool. That legitimately worked. So going back to this, we've got the kernel build, and we've got GMP building. I only want to basically be cooking two things at once, because we've already had the system crash multiple times, and I don't want... Oh, sorry, that weird outside noise. I don't want to risk another crash. So, yeah, that was a definite milestone. Figuring out how I'm going to NFS boot, how I'm going to boot the damn thing is still kind of an ... question mark. But, yeah. Well, no, we already got core utilities. Core utilities is done. It's, at this point, I'm building GMP, MPFR, zlib, Flex, Bison, bin utilities, GCC, sed. Like, I've got a literal list here on my screen of basically the stuff I need for the minimal system. Yeah, it's basically... it's actually not that one. It's up here that has the minimal system I want to build. The plan right now is I want to get to the point that I can rebuild basic software, rebuild the kernel, and rebuild GCC in the running environment. That's, if I can do all that, I'm considering this a success. glibc is complete, core utilities is complete, bash is complete. That all of the stuff that we just ran on Linux was compiled on XP and cross-compiled. So, yeah. Actually, I think if, I'm not 100% sure of that. Wrong window. Also wrong window. Also wrong window. I think if I cheroot into this, I'm pretty sure this works. If I go libc so 6, it would be in lib64. Oh, it doesn't have the configure flag on it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Like if I built GCC, it would say, but you can see that it was compiled by GNU CC 4.6.3, which is the version of GCC I built in the cross compiler. So let me update the current status. Currently building, so built core utilities. Okay. Alright, current status is updated. I am legitimately debating chucking down a second energy drink. I am that dead. But yeah, that's actually a fairly big milestone. So it's at least put together enough that it's sort of happy. Once I get GCC built, that's going to be the real test. So, yeah. Like, that is actually going to be the real test. Alright, I'm going to actually, you know, fuck it, I'm going to go get another drink. I'll be back. Well, that's a little concerning that it didn't detect Readline. Unless it's looking for it on the host system, in which case that is actually correct. Well, EU energy drinks are a lot weaker than what you get in the States. I don't know if I'm going to go all the way to Xorg, I'll be honest. Like, I've done Linux from scratch before, and it's like, do I really? Once I'm at that point, I'll kind of make the decision. It is actually quite a bit of work, to be perfectly blunt. Possibly more than what I really want to do on this project. Like, it's probably about 20 hours of work to do the whole thing. Because I have done it before, and it would kind of just be a rehash of what I've already done. Alright, so that's building. Hopefully it doesn't crash out again. Let me open Task Manager. You can definitely see how much time it's spending in kernel space. Because that's the red. Well, I mean, Nicholas, that kind of defeats the purpose, but you're not wrong. Why is it just saying that there's nothing to be built? Okay, no, there it goes. I guess because all the tests, it can't run the test suite when cross-compiling, so yeah, okay, that makes sense. That does actually make sense. Yeah, kernel time would be IO, and like I said, we've already seen it kernel panic. I actually broke out WinDebug to see why it did crash. Although I did notice that it didn't stop at the blue screen, which I had set that flag. So, who knows? Also unrelated, but I just realized I have to clip my nails. So, there's that. This is going to be such a bear to edit. You know, I think what happened was I didn't reboot the VM after changing the settings, so I don't think they took effect. I legitimately don't even have the energy to want to look when debug. I can see if I have a memory dump. Yeah, doesn't it put a file called memory dump here, or does it put that in system 32? No, I don't apparently have one. Yeah, I don't apparently have a memory dump. Oh god, I forgot that Windows used to ship with copies of like LPR and LPQ. I've never actually used them. I should find an excuse to do so, but I can look at the settings because it'll tell me where it would have saved the dump to. But I think I didn't restart the VM last night, so I don't think the changes went into effect. It would have gone into system root memory dump. I think sysroot is Win32, isn't it? Or maybe not. Yeah, no memory dump. It's almost certainly because I didn't reboot the system last night. It's like, whatever. Alright, yeah, so that's still going. This is still going. I think as long as I only run 2 builds at parallelization level 2, it seems to be okay. It's if I really push it, it kind of goes, wee, splat. Slash pedantic basically makes it complain about a lot of things that aren't strictly... It basically turns the warning factor as high as it can go. There's the opposite of pedantic, which is F permissive. So... You probably couldn't use it to build Wine, and Wine requires a lot of platform-specific code. Wine can work on Solaris and on Linux, but it's not just plug and play. Alright, well, that's all linking. Alright, so load the platform SDK, load the debugging tools. Yeah, there have been releases, but I don't think it was ever in the official tree. Like, I could be wrong about that. But, I don't ever remember that being in the official Wine tree. Like, yeah, there was Wine on Windows. I do remember that being a thing. A lot of the Wine stuff doesn't depend on Wine server, and so can just kind of be built. It's the same thing that React OS basically takes advantage of. But... it's not a complete solution. No, I haven't joined the cult of Duaz. I honestly don't care enough, to be perfectly honest. I use what the system comes with, and I don't feel a need to tinker with it. At least it used to run on Solaris. It's quite possible that it's no longer supported, but there were versions that ran on the Intel version of Solaris. It probably also worked on Unixware at one point, although I've never tested that. I'm going to step away from the keyboard. I'm going to, like... I think part of it is that we're forecasted for heavy rain this week, and whenever, like, it starts... Like, the pressure goes down, I start feeling like shit. I honestly don't know. I haven't been paying attention to Ubuntu development for a long time now. It sounds like something they would do, if nothing else, just because Rust is less likely to have a an unknown security exploit, and sudo has had some pretty bad ones in the past, so I can completely see that being done as a preemptive measure. What I'll probably end up doing is that once I have this script written, because I'm not even done writing it, I'm just at the point that I have no energy. Like, there's a part of me that would sort of want to think about opening a game up, but I am legitimately dead. Like, just sitting here in the chair and talking doesn't really wipe me out, but I've had a rough couple of days, and I've really been trying to get my physical health back. Like, the last few years haven't been all that kind to me. Or maybe more to the point, I haven't all been that kind to myself. But one of the biggest things I'm doing is really just... Right now, I'm just mostly going for a mostly protein diet. Sort of like a bespoke Atkins diet to just try and get my weight down. Because I find when I eat mostly meat protein, and let me put the mic somewhere better, I'm not as hungry. Being able to regularly exercise is still very challenging for me, but it's a thing. I think in a year I'll be in a lot better place. I slept all right. I didn't feel all that tired when I got up. I just feel like all my energy kind of leaked out of me. I mean, I got up, I think, around 10. Yeah, I do actually think I got up around 10. My mind has been in a better place since I've gone to Greece. Like, it's not an overnight, all get better all at once sort of thing. But it's been a pretty drastic improvement. There's some stuff over the summer that I'm kind of worried is going to be a, shall we say, a net negative to mental health, but it's not here yet, and it may not be that, so I don't want to preemptively worry about something that may or may not be a problem. But it has definitely been... Last year was rough, and this year definitely feels like it's less rough, because last year I was dealing with a lot of uncertainty and chaos in my life. And then towards the end of the year, just when I thought I had stone under me, it turns out not so much. Here comes the well, fascism in the United States. It's really the only way to describe it. I did buy a bicycle, but I've had some issue going out and getting on it. Fitness does help, but it's kind of a self-sustaining cycle. If you're mentally not there, it's very hard to do it. This year, I'm feeling, I'm at the point that I'm going back to school. I hopefully will have a professional career that I don't actually hate. My cost of living is a lot lower. It's like definitely an improvement. Yeah, like I said, it's been an improvement. Like I said today, I'm tired. I think we're almost on the far side of GMP. So after GMP is MPFR, then MPC. There's two optional ones I can skip. So I'm going to. I'm just going to speed run basically as much of this as I can get through. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a very quiet stream here. Like, I do some Greek practice on the side, but I think I'm a little too fried to even do that. But I can sit here get things done, and you know, when I stream, YouTube promotes the channel. Like, I see a noticeable bump in my views, subscribers, and other stuff, so that's a good thing. Put up a text? Oh, you mean put up a text? It's in the bot. I mean, the bot just posts it in chat every few minutes, as long as people are actually talking. So I don't even need to do that, nor do I have to worry about that accidentally getting burned into my video, which has already happened. You know what? I'm actually going to stand. Like, I'm not going to do much besides that, but if I'm standing up, I've never been one for the having like a standing desk, but but maybe there's something to that. And then see if I can just do a couple of squats. Not much, but just enough to do so. I do think my little trip down to Athens was very draining. Wasn't a bad thing, but was draining. How's the other build going? Like, the kernel usually built in about 2 hours, but I think I was building that with J6 instead of J2, so it's just going to take a while. Nothing to really do besides that. I mean, is there something I could work on? I mean, I guess just talking here in chat and stuff is a thing. I mean, I was working on the script, but yeah, like, I don't know. I'd probably throw out Magic the Gathering Arena if I don't know. I kind of want to do something for my birthday. I just don't know what that something's going to be. Maybe it will be playing NetHack. Maybe it'll be playing Magic the Gathering Arena. Like, I'm almost thinking I'm going to do Friday Games Night, just so I have a little variety on my channel. Like, I don't even feel like loading up RuneScape. Like, I've done that in the past when I've got time to kill. This looks like this is about done, though, because I've watched this build like 6 other times. So, you know, small things. Hopefully it all just kind of works. Like, I don't know. I definitely want to do a lot simpler of a project after this. I just don't know what that's going to be. We're compiling GMP. It's a dependency for GCC. Because we're going to have to cross-compile the cross-compiler, or cross-compile the compiler. Although now I wonder if I could actually do the reverse and build an Interix, a Linux to Interix compiler. Like, I'm a little shit. I wonder if you could actually pull that off. Like, I think you could. Although you probably would need Microsoft's patch set, so it is a little easier said than done. I don't know. I'm just not kind of in the mood to play a game right now. Honestly, if I was just like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be lying in bed and probably either watching shit on YouTube or maybe I'd have Arena open. I did actually even get back into my Magic Online account. Like, I used to be a pretty serious Magic player back in the day. I was not particularly good, but I used to play a fair bit. Never let it become a real money sink, but you know, it's easier said than done. I mean, it sort of is. I could probably grind out a woodcutting level, but I'm good. I'm just going to do some squats right here at my desk and just kind of talk. I mean, we're now building, cross-building C++ code, so that's something. Like I said, it will get easier with time. I don't think I have the mental energy to do Greek. I guess I could do... The thing is that my viewership numbers, if I don't talk tech, just like sink. Legitimately, I've watched that phenomenon several times. A lot of people just... They put me on the background, and the moment I start doing something that isn't tech related, they immediately tune out. It's a little irritating for me as a content creator. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I could pull up Close Master, and I can just at least do some flashcards. I don't think I have any. I did review earlier, so. God, I don't even feel like doing this. Like, I am legitimately spent. I think for the time being, I'm just going to kind of talk. I do definitely want to get back to the other video. I need to also get the face cam set up. Yeah, I mean, Kolick, I understand that to an extent. But I mean, take it for, you know, and I think a lot of it is that there's just people get flattened down into profiles on the internet. Like, the idea that someone does more than one thing feels like it's alien, and you really see that in the streaming space. And I should know, I was involved with Mixer for a while. And, like, it's the same reason, like, variety streamers struggle so much. Because, you know, the only thing that keeps people there is the streamer. If you switch games, you know, people don't always get into it. Yeah, I mean, there are people that basically just watch me for me, and then there's a larger chunk that basically is here for computer and computer only. And I think that part is growing to an extent. Okay, it's looked like this is doing the linking step. So that's a good thing. How's the is the kernel build still going? Yeah, kernel build's still going. I mean, if you ever watch like one of the largest streamers, PewDiePie, Ninja's the one that comes to mind because I actually watched a fair bit of Ninja's content when I was at Mixer. It's very vapid. I mean, I don't want to take a shit on big streamers, but I mean, you know, there is one content creator I don't mind taking a shit on, and that's Mr. Beast. Like, if you've ever watched Mr. Beast content, it literally is, and at this point probably has been for a better part of a decade. It's literally the sheer amount of money they're just spending. I didn't watch Beast games, and I don't watch Mr. Beast regularly, but I did watch, like, what was essentially a roast of Beast games, and it really does put it into context. I mean, and yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what society wants. I mean, I hate to put it like that. You know, people watch the YouTube to escape reality. I mean, one of the things I really remember was, don't get me wrong, I don't have a lot of love for Wizards of the Coast, but I remember when Blizzard, the top winner of the Hearthstone contest was from Hong Kong, and he gave a speech after winning about censorship in Hong Kong, and Blizzard revoked his prize money. It's like, you know, that's kind of what it comes down to, is that a lot of people don't want to hear it, and then you get punished for talking about it. You know, it's like, ignore the problems of the world lest you suffer. I mean, God knows I've criticized the current U.S. regime a bunch of times on this channel. It's been a thought in my mind. Am I going to lose my platform because YouTube decides to purge all creators that have ever criticized Trump? I mean, I don't even think that's a hypothetical. I think that's an actual possibility. I mean, it's impossible to know if that was the case prior. Yeah, I mean, with Magic the Gathering, I've played since I was a kid. I think I got into it with either the tail end of Unlimited or the beginning of Revised, because I remember a lot of I think it was Revised. I don't think it was Unlimited. Because I remember when 4th and 5th edition came out. Well, I mean, Colic Zero, let me put it to you a different way. Do you think it's acceptable to watch someone that sprouts, to read works of an author who also spouts hate speech? I mean, it comes down, can you separate the work from the author? Just look at J.K. Rowling. I mean, that really is kind of what I have to, you know, is the de facto example, but to put it more, you know, on a broader case, you know, do you want to support people that actively promote racism or hatred? Like, if I made a comment that was racist in character, and obviously I'm not going to, but for the hypothetical, just say that I did, I would lose a lot of my viewership. PewDiePie said a slur on camera, and he lost a lot of his sponsored deals and took a major blow to his channel. And that just did. But, you know, you then do the reverse and say, take a stand against such crap. Oh, Control-C, Control-C, Control-C. You do the reverse, and you just kind of get punished for it. And yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Look at I don't know how many allegations towards Mr. Beast has actually been proven. I mean, there's enough smoke there that I take a very critical look. But I also don't want to be spreading misinformation at the same time. But I mean, there's been a lot of allegations coming out of Beast. But I mean, then you can also look at the stuff that isn't, like, confirmed, not confirmed. Like the cash grab that was Mr. Beast's burger. You know, a lot of people still support and defend Mr. Beast because they like the content. And they like the content more than... I hate to say that the content's more important than morality because the morality doesn't affect them. I mean, and what do you do about that? It's like, it sort of ties into what I was saying earlier the other day about general apathy. Like, if you try and do something to break someone out of their apathy, you know, try and motivate them, try and get them involved, if anything, you tend to get a hostile response. Well, it's not that simple, Kolek. Maintaining multiple channels is incredibly difficult. I did break my Greek stuff out into a separate channel, but like maintaining multiple channels, even it's hard. Like there's a lot of things that go into my channel that you don't see as a viewer. And adding another channel adds an entire another level of logistical pain to it. And frankly, I don't think that dividing stuff like that is a good thing. You know, it boils down to how do I want to fudge? What? What the hell is that build failure? What the hell just blew up? Like, seriously, what the hell is that build failure? LD should not be searching in those paths. And it's passing no std lib, so it shouldn't be looking there. Okay, hold on. Let me... Where is it actually searching for? .l user lib. Okay. Where is that coming from? So we see it doing a relink here. It calls libtool, and libtool does a relink, and it adds an rpath of user local. Where is that coming from? Sorry if I'm not talking. I'm actually trying to understand what the hell just happened. So this is where it gets no stdlib, preprocessor objects dependency, so name, so where was that getting included from? So here's the R path. So hard-coded libdir flags back. I am deeply confused. Because that's the type of error I'd expect if it had built something with the native compiler by accident. So it runs libtool, it runs that, and then it goes kaflooey. And it goes skipping incompatible. I think libtool is not particularly happy with this setup. Okay, so it's still going to userlib or not, since I commented that out. Yeah, it's still going there. Can't find... I don't even know why it's trying to find... Oh. Oh, I have a feeling I know what's going on. I actually have a feeling I know what's going on. It's not looking in lib64. I'm legitimately not sure what's going on here. So libc is here. Did I do that for nothing? I feel like I did that for nothing. You know what? I'm gonna make a snapshot of the VM before I do anything else. Checkpoint. Okay, checkpoint made. Why is it looking in that folder? Why is it not seeing... See, it's looking in user... No, it's also looking in /cls lib. CLS user lib. I can see it there on the argument path. Builds all that. So that's the only place that shows up. And then the search wraps around. See what's going on here. I'm legitimately confused on where this is coming from. So it does a relink command. It calculates out the path, and then it tries looking in user local. And it doesn't see... Can I ask it to be verbose and like maybe get something useful out of it? You know what? Hold on. Grep libc so 3.5 search, because that's got to be coming from somewhere. Okay, so we get binary files there. That's fine. Those are things that I expect to be on the host system. It's almost like something built with the wrong compiler. I'm not certain. Well, the thing is that that's the interx libc. It shouldn't even be trying to touch that. Like, it legitimately should not be trying to touch that. So it does a relink. You know what? Hold on. I gotta do gmake dir. Actually, I always forget if that's the other way around. Yeah, it is. I don't understand this build failure. I legitimately don't understand this build failure. So it goes into MPQ, MPF, you know, that's true. I'm assuming it did get that from the host, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference. But you're right, that is actually not right. I want to see exactly where it dies in the build process so I can take a closer look. Okay, so it's doing document install. So it does install there, installs libgmpa. Then it says warning relinking. And then it goes goes boom. And then it says it can't find libc.3.5, which it shouldn't even be trying to link with. So here's the relink command. Yeah, so it's running the relink command. So why did it print out a warning? Because I remember warning relinking. So it does a test if... How do we end up in this code path? So it tests if a relink command is present. But the only one with a relink command is here. And if we look in .libs, we do have... I am legitimately confused. So it basically issues a relink command. I'm just going to disable it. The only thing I could think that could be causing it is that user lib. It's the only thing that seems to make sense to me. Thing is that RPath will always be checked there. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why that would be... If that doesn't fix it, I will just comment out the relaying command. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, history, grep. It shouldn't need an RPath in it. RPaths cause problems for system libraries. I'm a little bit too dead to go into the specifics, but there's a reason why Debian removes RPaths. I am legitimately thinking about this. I think the relink command is what needs to be removed, but I don't know why it's there. Is this kernel done building? Nope, that's still going. I don't think we're even going to get to testing it today. I just... Well, something new died that time. Well, that's interesting. That time it linked. And then it... What? So it did the install script. So where did it get 4.1.2t? I get the feeling I'm not going to get an answer to this. Yeah, glibc worked. Just a lot of other crap isn't. So taking the RPath out did do something. And then it broke in weird and different other way. So it did so it did the relink. Version info 5. Okay. So creating GMP LA, and then it fell over because it can't find the SO file. So it did ran lib. And then it goes to creating GMP XXLA. Which isn't that what I'm editing? Oh, there's another version of it. There's a version of it in the libs folder. I'm legitimately confused. So it gets to the install step. It links in, and then it wants to install it with the /t. I mean, I could just give it that file. I know what it wants. But so version with T at end. Like, and the versioning actually looks different than what it should be. Like, this says this should be 6016, but when it gets to the relink command down here, it says it's 521, and then it seems to get a completely different number elsewhere. I'm just going to copy the file. I am just not going... I'm going to stop caring right now. I don't think libtool is meant to be understood. Okay, I gotta add some notes for that. I legitimately don't know what went wrong there. I think what I'm going to end up doing is on the next stream, I'm going to be video editing this while I work on this. Like, I'm at the point that I kind of just want to make the push to get this all done. Even if editing it, it's going to be kind of a bear. Where is my full studio pop out? Here it is. Yeah, we're at 109, so hopefully that basically gets it done. I've done video editing on stream before. Are you kidding me? It can't install to a directory not ending in... What? Like, this is dealing with a literal multitude of different issues. Like, the hell? To a directory... If install prefix equals desdir, did I not? Does it? Oh, maybe it needs. No. What? You know, I'm just going to disable that readline command. Yeah, I am completely lost on how that works. I'm gonna go stand outside. I'll be back in a minute. it's still going. I think it's past the point it blew up. I don't know. Yeah, it can be the same. I don't know if I need to worry about it. I probably don't. Like I said, this is not a real world system. Alright, it's at the install step where it fell over before. Please don't do that again. Okay, I think we're okay. Cool. Okay, that's taken care of. Alright, on to the next. I'm just going to kind of bang out as much as I can actually do. I probably should have just looked in history for the configure line, because it's going to be the same. I don't think enable CXX is... Yeah, it's not. Okay, so it did find it. Alright, so if GMP installed successfully, this configure script would basically boil down to that. I think I'm going to have to do this as 2 separate video logs. Like, I have a need to get this done, but... That being said, I also have other shit I have to do on Monday, so, you know what, fair enough. Guess the next stream will be on Tuesday. So the next is MPC, then I need to do zlib, bin utilities, GCC, ncurses. I already did bash. Yeah, it's actually not all that much. Like this is probably going to be fine. Let me see if I can tick a little bit more away on the script, which is probably symbols. Symbols are debugging. All right, well, this is currently good news. Yeah, so it found GMP for the cross compile. So, and it found all the symbols it needs. So, definitely going the right way. Hey, the lovely Chris. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm being very quiet today. I am legitimately, like, dead. I'm just trying to get as much done today as I can. Like, if I can get the script done today, I can record it tomorrow. Tomorrow I have some stuff some Greek government stuff I have to do. It's not terrible. I got college crap I gotta do, although this week is actually not particularly terrible. I mostly just have to digitize some notes. So yeah, it's actually not a terrible week. I do have a term paper coming up. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely approaching the end. I think I can finish this week, and I legitimately want this done and off my plate. Like, this is gonna be this is probably the largest project I have done on this channel. I want it done and dusted. All right. I'm just walking around and stretching for a bit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I had a bigger desk, I could put my MacBook Pro on that and then do the video editing on my MacBook Pro at the same time while I have to stream up. I'm trying to think if I could reasonably pull that off as is. I would need another table. There are ways I could potentially do it. Because, like, right now, from this point forward, this is largely just compile, compile, compile. Like, I don't even have useful commentary. I have to sit here and monitor it because it's likely going to blow up several more times in the build process. Let me note what I'm building right now. But I think I've got the script basically done. So, yeah, 4 hours in. Honestly, if I can get all the way to GCC today, it would be nice. I'm not convinced I'm going to get that far, but what the hell? Why don't we see if we can at least kick off that build? If I want to get all the way to GCC, I need MPC, I need zlib, I need bin utilities, and then GCC itself. Then after that, it's a bunch of supplementary utilities, diff utilities, file, find utilities, gawk, get text, grep, zlib, make, patch, sed, tar, text info, utility Linux, vim, and zxutils. I still have to figure out how I'm going to boot the damn thing, but I'm going to kick that can down the road. I do have notes I have to transcribe for class. I'm a little too fried to do that right now, but yeah, I mean, that's definitely making headway. Honestly, if I could get a NetHack character off the ground, maybe I'd do a video on beating NetHack. God, legitimately. NetHack requires me to be dialed in and focused. It's not a game I can specifically autopilot. I also realized in my notes I should probably be writing timestamps down. It would make my video editing a lot simpler. It's a little too late for this, but in the future that probably is not a bad idea. So MPFR, then we have to do MPC, zlib, which I actually have to go retrieve. I don't even know where I get zlib. I'm assuming... Yeah, okay, that's easy enough. I can grab, there's probably security, like, vulnerabilities in some of this old stuff, but, yeah, there's zlib. That's easy enough. I gotta figure out if Hyper-V will let me get into the shell. Hyper-V UEFI shell. Yeah, so it doesn't actually seem to support shell. I'd also need a second generation VM, which isn't actually a big deal. Okay, like I said, I gotta put some thought in how I'm going to actually boot the damn thing. I'm not there yet. Well, I still would need CDR. I would need make ISO FS, and I still need a way to actually boot the damn thing. In theory, if I put the boot kernel image as /boot/ boot x64.efi with the EFI stub, it should conceivably just boot right up. Then the one problem with that is I can't set the kernel command line from like that, but I can hard code one in. So it's not end of the world. Like, that's probably the simplest way to handle it. Yeah, I'm kind of just writing the script that covers the last live stream and then just making very light notes. The next one isn't going to be, like I said, I've got to record, I've got to edit this. I got to figure out how I'm going to edit this. I might just do it while I'm on a live stream, but I'll have to fuck with the audio layout. That or I'll just have to turn off the microphone and stuff. Yeah. Alright, I think I've got the script done, but God, this is a long one. My whole script document is here. I'll put it up on screen so you can see this for yourself. It's 58 pages, 18K words thus far, and we're probably 3/4 of the way through the project, although I don't know how much more I actually have to say. The only real open question is how I'm going to boot the thing, and I've got some ideas to that. I don't have any real hardware to run it on. I divested myself of all my vintage computers when I moved to Greece. I did find new homes for them, but I literally don't have anything that will run XP except in a VM. So yeah. All right. I think we're just gonna let this build and like carry on. How is this kernel build coming along? Oh. Oh, it does look like it's linking now. Yeah, it just looked like that link, so I think we're on to MPC. All right, cool. That is another one done. Yeah, I literally feel like mental potato. That's all I have. That is an accurate description to how I feel. Well, I do still want to make it conceivably possible to do this on real hardware, so it would still need to be UEFI boot stub or netboot. It's doable. I just have to think about how to actually do it. I might have to build a 32-bit Linux cross compiler, which I don't really want to do, but I could if I like. I could use an existing Pixie Linux binary, but I don't want to have to put an asterisk. I don't know. It's definitely been a. I mean, Colic 0. I haven't felt good on a regular basis in a long time. Like, it's been getting better. Let's see here. I just want to look at what my concurrent view stream is at. Yeah, so we got MPFR. So if I want to continue down the minimum system, MPC comes down next. I can skip the next two requirements, and I can just jump ahead to zlib. I mean, maybe I will build the full system just as a complete stress test. I haven't decided. Like, it's literally another 20 hours of work just to repeat what we've already done. So I think, yeah, I think I'm okay with this script as it is right now. All right, that another one done. I should also be giving this the build flag, which is i586 PC Interx 35. Can I control C, please? Oh, I need to update the bot script because we have actually built quite a bit more now. Like, if we can push all the way to GCC, that would be like a major win. Here we go. Streamlab. Let me update the current status. Well, I'm going to need a bootloader. I just may not be able to cross-compile the bootloader. And I still have to get into a Linux system to... Okay. Alright. Oh, that's just kind of configuring. No, I can't cross-compile Lilo. I'm familiar with Lilo's code base. It has so much hard-coded crap in it, it's not really an option. Even if I could cross-compile it, I can't easily install it under Windows. Like, there are ways to do it. It's definitely a solvable problem. I just have to really put my brain to it to actually get it solved. And right now, I can just grind out what is essentially grunt work on this project. Loadlin would be the other option, although I don't know if Loadlin can boot a modern kernel. And this is a reasonably modern kernel. Yeah, so we've got MPC building. zlib comes after this. I would do more builds at once, but I really don't want to risk another system crash. No, I haven't succeeded because I haven't successfully rebuilt the Linux kernel with the Hyper-V drivers. The last build got corrupted by the system, Windows NT XP going down hard. So I had to make clean and kick off the build again. It's been a little unhappy. It's definitely... the thing is that I remember that the UEFI stub is a thing, which means that I could just stick the BZ image file on a CD image, and I could boot it. Syslinux is a thing, but compiling Syslinux is also a giant headache for... it is probably what I'm going to do, but I'm going to probably need a 32-bit Linux cross-compiler. I can't build it with a 64-bit one, and the Interix one it's unhappy with. We were debugging why XP kept crashing, and as it turns out, it was crashing in ntfs.sys. The other option I could conceivably do is... There used to be an IFS for Windows XP that would let it do ext2 file systems, but I don't think it can format ext2 file systems. Yeah, modern Linux can write to ext2 just fine. But if I don't have a way to format the file system under Linux, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, I almost wonder if I could have Linux use an NTFS root file system. I mean, at least just to boot the damn thing. I mean, I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't work. But I've also never heard of anyone doing it. Alright, I gotta actually look this up. Okay, apparently it is actually possible. It is actually possible to do that. Yeah, so it is actually possible. Yeah, I would need an int RAM disk to actually do it, but it can be done. And int RAM disk, int RAM FS is not impossible, but I have to fix a couple of technical issues with Interix to make that option viable. Like, I don't even need read-write. I literally just need enough to boot it into a system. But we're not there yet. I still think NFS boot is the winning option here. I think that is still what can work. Yeah, it's not compatible with ext1, but it does go back to ext2. All right, that looks like that's MPC built. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense why that's fucking complaining. Alright, so I gotta do this. I've gotta do a... Did I have make install? No. Okay, I gotta do that. Make J2. And then I'm gonna have to undo that change. Yeah, the problem is getting a minimum root int ramfs that I would be able to partition from. Like, that's not trivial to build one of those. It's not exactly hard, but it's not trivial either. Okay, cool. That actually worked. All right, so that's dir install. All right, let me note that in my notes. Well, we're not there yet. All right, so this is doing the install step. Really just kind of hoping everything's going to work. Yeah, that's the problem, is how the hell do I format them? I need to be able to get into a running system to run makefs, ext, blah, blah, blah. All right, so that's NPFR sorted. Next up is zlib. That means I need Internet Explorer because I gotta download source code. Is there anything else I need for zlib? No. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. I need to cross-compile that. That one is not so trivial. I somehow remember that zlib didn't have a regular configure script. So that's zlib. After that, after this is then bin utilities, and then GCC. At least this one's really, really straightforward. Hey, 008 Dev. Alright, that's gzip done. So desdir/cls install. Alright, so that means the next one up is bin utilities. Actually, I don't think I need to extract a new folder of it. I think I can just, yeah. Build Linux native. And then we just gotta do the thing. Alright, let me figure out what the config line's going to be. Alright, so... Oh, you know, it helps if I get the configure line right. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, I forgot to run gmake. Alright. Gmake J2. Yeah, but I mean, even if I had disk images, I'd have to still write them. I still think netbooting either putting it on a CD that is just enough brains to boot, or yeah, either I gotta put it on a CD with just enough brains to boot. I still think netboot is the way. I do legitimately think netboot is the way. I'm pretty sure I can get PixieLinux.0 to build. I just have to do it. Alright, well, it's going. Yeah, like, if we can make the push all the way to GCC, it would definitely be, like, the fucking win. GCC takes about 4 hours to build on this system. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna let it run. Like, I don't even have, like, I am definitely mentally fogged right now. But we are on the far end of this project. Honestly, it seems hard to believe that, why is it configuring zlib? You know what, I don't care enough. I legitimately don't care enough. Yeah, I forgot to set the flag with system zlib. I don't care enough to control C it. Yeah, I got a bunch of fucking work I gotta do tomorrow. Okay. Oh, I'll make do. I'll legitimately make do. Hey, Zen the Fox. I hope you're having a good day. I think I've decided the end goal for this project. When I want to be able to self-host, which means I gotta be able to build bash core utilities, the Linux kernel, yeah, and the Linux kernel within the booted system. So I basically need all of that to work. If I can get all of that to work and build within, I'm going to call that a complete success. Also, apparently Amazon has now started selling like container houses for 19K. So that's a thing. I always love building lib tools and watching like all the configure output get intermixed with each other. Yeah, that's still going. That's legitimately surprising. I mean, it's still using most of... Yeah, we're using 70% of CPU. I'm worried if I max it out, it'll crash again. Yeah, I just saw it on Reddit right now because I just popped up in the tab for a moment. I do think, like, one thing I find as an improvement with streaming when I'm doing it daily is I'm not sitting just watching YouTube videos, even if I'm feeling miserable. Like, I am making headway on getting something done. And, well, I'm not sure this deals with quote-unquote... I don't want to use the term internet addiction. But being permanently online, I don't really like. Like, you know, there's a lot... I'm sitting here at my desk streaming on a weekend when it's been a relatively nice day today. And it's like, I both love and hate that. I don't know if it's internet-induced depression. I mean, maybe it's part of it, Lucy. Like, I've had some pretty serious health issues that's put me in the terminally online crowd. So, Dash, I really don't like what's been going on, especially with the Universes Beyond sets becoming standard legal. Like, I come and go with the game over time. The last time I played pretty seriously was during New Phyrexia and March of the Machines. But Aftermath was a terrible block. Like, it was probably one of the worst ones they've put out in recent memory. And at the same time, Wizards of the Coast unleashed the Pinkertons on someone that had posted some spoilers because they had gone a few cards ahead of the embargo date. And the idea of summoning the Pinkertons, which, yes, they are still around, it's like, that rubbed me the wrong way. And then right about the same time, we had the literal cash grab that was the 30th edition anniversary. So I was like, F this shit. I mean, that was literally what it was. So I tuned out for Magic for a while, and then most of last year was tied up in real life stuff, which I think at this point is hopefully behind me. So I recently kind of got the itch back, so I've just been doing free to play on Arena. I really don't want to give... I'll probably end up giving Hasbro some money, but... compared to what I used to pay for the paper version, it's still nothing. I drafted very heavily during the Time Spiral block. Like two drafts a week adds up fast because there was one in my college and there was one at Millennium Games and Hobbies. And like the whole game is a money sink. But if I'm just doing free to play, you know, there's a lot of good ways to enjoy the game without having to have a tier 1 deck. And so I've kind of been having a blast with that. But well, I mean, what really gets me is that we've been seeing Wizards unleash this thing called Universes Beyond, where they basically introduced third-party IP that uses magic mechanics. So this started with, we've gotten a Warhammer 40k set. There was a, they've announced a SpongeBob one. I don't know if that one's actually gone out the door. There was Walking Dead and like a bunch of other ones. And it literally was just cash grab all the way down. And... yeah, Bloomburrow looked good. I actually did draft it because that was the only draft format open because I had gotten enough gold to do a draft. I actually went 6-1, considering I don't even know the format. I haven't played it before. So I got my buy-in back. But that bounced out when I draft the current block, and I got 3 losses and no wins. I might do Magic the Gathering as my birthday celebration stream. Like, I do kind of want to do a game. I don't know how many people would be interested in that. But what kind of irks me is they've now announced that the third-party... then they did stuff like putting printing cards directly into Modern with Modern Horizons, and they warped the format to the point that there's been a lot of bans. It's literally just been cash grab all the way down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I hate Universes Beyond in and of itself, but it really does feel like it degrades the character of Magic in its own universe. Like, if the cards were silver bordered, I don't think I'd care at all, because from what I can tell, Wizards is trying to target the casual crowd, which, let's be honest, outnumbers like the hardcore tournament people. Kitchen table Magic. Now, I never really had a chance to do kitchen table Magic. When I was a kid, it was lunchroom Magic, and then in college, I lived in Rochester, New York at that point, and Millennium Games and Hobby is known for sending at least 4 players to the Pro Tour, and I think one of them actually won the damn thing. So it's one of those game stores that actually is known in the broader community. So it's like I've been sitting here thinking about it, and it's like, yeah. I've debated, like, I used to play MT... I've never liked playing MTGO because of the cash aspect of it. Let's be honest, they are the original NFTs. But I've had some fun with Arena, but it's everything wrong with free-to-play. Like, the amount of things it tries to do to extract money out of you. I think it's better, from what I've been told, it's better than Hearthstone in that regard, but I'm not sure that's a good comparison. I mean, we know that when they decide to reprint the reserve list, because, like, let's be honest, I don't trust any promises from the current iteration of Wizards of the Coast. We know that they're going to cash grab it. Yeah, I was born in New York City, but I went to college in Western New York, and I lived about 5, maybe 6 years in total in Western New York on the other side of the state. So I've got some ties to the Rochester area. I have some good memories and a lot of not so good memories of that place. Like, I don't remember my college experience very well, but I didn't have a lot of say in my college experience. I don't come from a happy home. And, it was getting past that lie that I had a good childhood was a lot of what let me get a lot of healing done and get to a better mental spot. And that realization really came to... I was getting there prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic, it really kind of came home to me, and then it was trying to figure out how to get out of a fairly terrible situation. I wouldn't say vintage Magic. If you want to play competitively with Magic, it's pull out thy credit card. I hate to really put it in those terms, but yeah. You can build some cheap decks. Like, I actually built... this was before Modern was a thing. So it was just Legacy and Standard. Extended was also a thing, but no one played Extended in my area. I built a burn deck out of secondhand cards. I think I spent probably $100 on it in total. And I sweeped 1 or 2 tournaments with it because... I just put a lot of blue hate in my deck as the main deck. I didn't even sideboard it. And it completely destroyed the local meta. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. So what I've been told about Arena, and I'm actually curious to figure this one out myself, because I know the paper game well enough to know what the math works out to be. Arena is a little bit different because the number of cards are different. But basically, to complete a full set, you need to open, on average, 210 packs. From free-to-play, you can basically get a pack a day for free-to-play. So, and every 5 packs you get open, you get wild cards. And let's say on average you need about 40 wild cards for a tier 1 deck. You could grind that out actually fairly reasonably. And if you're actually good at draft, you need a very high win rate to go infinite. But as long as you win semi-regularly, you can get quite a few gems for that and then stuff. So I actually say Arena probably does better than Paper Magic by a long shot. Like, I'm not a particularly good player. I was okay in Time Spiral because I played it enough to actually know the block fairly well. But current sets, I don't know them at all. That being said, I admittedly am looking for... Having just gone on that entire rant about Universes Beyond, I actually am looking forward to the Final Fantasy set, especially because it's standard legal. Yeah, I mean, you can buy singles. You can also trade tickets for singles on MTGO. Like, it's not all that difficult. What it really comes down to is if you are willing to build a tier 1 deck and grind that deck, you can make it go infinite. Yeah, the way it works on Arena is every 5 packs, you can basically get a wild card to create what you need, and you can buy a pack for 1,000 gold, and your daily quests will give you 1,000 gold. So you can literally just grind packs for wild cards. I've been just playing Jumped In, but I might just build a kind of shit commander deck after I run out of Jumped In tokens and just start opening packs that way and just basically roll with what I get. Yu-Gi-Oh! Never did it for me. I did play it a couple of times. I tried it. The problem is that it felt completely soulless compared to Magic. Like, one of the things I really enjoyed about Magic was the lore, the universe. Like, even, like, completely crap cards, I always liked looking at the flavor text on them. And whenever I look at Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's literally just mechanics. It's like there's no soul there, and I watched the anime as a kid. I even enjoyed it. I actually even enjoyed GX, which I think was on Toonami when I was a teenager. So, you know, and it still was not enough to make me like the card game. Even, I think in some ways it's mechanically better than Magic, because Mana Screw is not a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, let's be honest. There's no Magic player that hasn't felt the all-powerful Mana Screw. I think the biggest problem with Magic, though, is because of the way the block and set formats work, basically you end up with meta decks, which are basically the most popular and the most powerful you can build within a block. I would say, having known, being on good terms with a tier 2 Magic judge, and I myself studied the judge exam, I never got a chance to test it, but I could pass a practice, so I'm pretty familiar with the rules of Magic. I would say Magic has some insane rules interaction, especially when you have to deal with multiple overlap. If you're a Magic the Gathering fan, look up the following cards: Opalescence and Humility, and then tell me how those two interact, and watch your head explode. Well, Magic can be solitaire as well. Ask anyone who plays a Storm deck. Like I said, I just couldn't get into it. I think a lot of what keeps bringing me back is that Magic was good childhood memories, and I wasn't the friendless kid in school, but I didn't have a lot of friends. But what I really do remember was sitting down at lunch break and playing Magic in elementary school. Like, I have really fond memories of that, of what was otherwise a fairly dismal childhood. So there is a very distinct nostalgia factor. And it's kind of why, while I'm not particularly happy about Universes Beyond becoming standard legal, Final Fantasy was also one of those highlights of the 90s for me. Well, judges deal with rules interactions and running official events for DCI purposes. The way Magic works is that the cards get released in blocks, and the blocks that were released in the last 2 year form what's known as standard, which is basically the current one. Yeah, it used to be 4 a year, and then they would occasionally do a core set, like once every 3 years. The core set is legal, doesn't rotate until the next core set, but the expansions would. But with Universes Beyond, they've now gone to printing every 2 months. So every block basically comes and goes at light speed, and I don't think it's a good thing for the game. It makes competitive Magic a lot more expensive because new cards will change the meta in different ways. Like, old decks suddenly become now they may become non-functional because I don't know if they're rotating blocks based on time or number. It used to be on the number of blocks is how they used to do the rotation. They might be doing it on time now. I would actually have to look that up. So, yeah, it kind of gets expensive really quickly. And then you get all the people that basically play it for finance, and, like, they are the absolute worst. I hate to put it like that. There's an entire subreddit of RMTG finance if you really want to look into it. But, you know, the flip side of it is, if I had taken my first paycheck at Canonical and bought 4 Black Lotuses, because I could have afforded that at the time, it would have made me more money than anything else in my life. So, well, I do see. If you follow Magic design, I'm definitely a Jimmy. I'm the type of person that likes to win, but I have to win on my own terms. To use the old term, I don't really enjoy net decking or running meta decks, so I like doing brewing. And brewing, generally, if you do a deck from scratch, you'll usually end up with a tier 2 deck. But a tier 2 deck can still get you a fair number of wins. Like, meta decks will oftentimes crush it, but if the meta is, like, very heavy control, running a black deck that forces cards to be discarded can very much be a hard counter to that. Well, they've done 2 blocks a year before, and that was exactly what happened. It was utter chaos. Too many cards entering the game at once. And then you get some really stupid things, like they announced that they're doing a Marvel Universes Within, and then they had to announce that they aren't going to release that block as is because they can't get the rights to do Marvel digitally, presumably because of Marvel Snap, which is their trading card game. So instead of getting the block, we're getting a different, like, generic block, which has functionally identical cards with different art and names, and it's like, WTF. And then you actually get a lot of paper players wanting that instead because they don't want the Universes Within stuff. The fan reaction to Universes Within, especially it becoming standard, was overwhelmingly negative. The unfortunate thing is that it sold exceedingly well and presumably brought new lifeblood into the game, but I question how much people are going to stay with that. Like, for people that join for Walking Dead Magic, are they really going to stick around for other core sets? I don't know. That being said, I do kind of want to get my drafting game up, so I do have Cockatrice installed, and I'm probably going to sit with Drafting Sim and actually learn the block, because going 0-7, you know, getting 3 losses right out of the gate, and so I basically got nothing. Not that I paid anything for the draft. Kind of stung. And I had realized pretty quick, I realized as I was building my deck I didn't draft particularly well, but I also don't. It was the first time I was drafting Dragonstorm, so like I shouldn't feel that bad about it. Actually surprised that this many people are interested in it. Usually when I talk about non-tech stuff, I watch my analytics go down, but this has actually been stable for once. I don't know, maybe I should fire up Arena on a stream and maybe even challenge some fans. I've run mem test on this desktop, so I know the memory is good, although I haven't actually run it since shipping it out here, so maybe I'm due again. I actually did have a dead stick. When I built this system, I put 64 gigs of RAM in it, but I was getting a lot of crashes. So I actually ran mem test on it, and I did actually get a dead from factory RMA stick. I did RMA it, so I'm back up to 64 gig. Yeah, the current block I actually really like, but the thing is it's only around for another week, or for another month. Like, when I loaded up Arena today, I was getting all the offers to buy pre-sale bundles for Final Fantasy. And it's like, okay. Now, I mean, there's a part of me that would kind of want to play Magic the Gathering online and actually collect a full set and then do a redemption. It's kind of expensive in Europe because I have to pay customs to import it from the US. And Wizards declares it as $75 value. So it's like, I think one of every card usually on average is like $150 to $300 depending on how powerful a block is. I think I've heard of that channel, but I've never watched it. The only channel of Magic I've been really watching is, other than like random channels that do, I have a soft spot for playing with crap cards. Like, I legitimately have a soft spot for playing with crap. I like playing with the chaffed because it's the cards that don't get loved, and it's the cards that you don't have to spend a lot of money to get. So you can find some. They're not particularly powerful combos, but you can find some really interesting interactions in there. And yeah, that's my chat crashing. No, I mean, it was a good part of my life, and it's definitely been... I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. I mean, for a lot of people, buying, selling cards is the game. I mean, let's be honest. Some people treat everything as money. And it's like a couple of years ago, I read someone who was a card dealer basically trade his way from a single booster pack all the way to a full block of extended on MTGO. I don't know if you could still do that, because back in those days, it was pretty common for freebie bots to like offload commons. And last time I looked on Magic the Online, I didn't see any free bots. They might still exist, but I didn't see them. But you know, like if I'm going to spend actual money, like, you know, for MTGO, like, I either would rather rent a deck, which at least keeps it semi-affordable, or alternatively, I think I'd rather play poker. At least I lose less money playing poker than I do playing Magic. Well, here's the thing, is that you can actually cash out from Magic the Gathering Online. Everything basically has a ticket value, and you can sell tickets, not to Wizards, but to other, to basically third-party vendors. And Wizards doesn't have a problem with that. So if you're good at the game, you can make money with it. I mean, let me put it like this. I could not find Magic the Gathering starter decks last time I wanted to just play some Magic with a friend who also had it. They only had commander decks. But one of the things I've done in the past is like buy 2 starter decks, 2 or 3 expansion packs, mix those together, build a deck, and then I had a blast with those. Because the decks would be roughly the same power level. You know, it doesn't have to be meta. But, you know, you get a lot of, you know, when you go to, like, a card store, you always have people that play meta decks. Yeah, I've seen Spanish playing cards, and my God, that confused the crap out of me. Yeah, it's now called Jumped In, and I've actually been having a pretty good blast. It's even better value than opening packs for the most part, because it is a set of rares, but if you just want uncommons and commons, it's a good way to fill out a collection. And Jumped In only costs 1,000 gold, which you can realistically get in a day. All you have to do is get 4 wins, which you can grind those out in the starter deck duels if you really need to. I've done that more than once. Because you can get, yeah, you'll always get a 500 coin quest. It may be a 750, and then you can get up to 750 coins for up to 15 wins. I think you need 6 wins to get 500 coins from the daily wins. So you can basically play unlimited Jumped In every day with a different deck if you want to. Alright, well, Ben Utilities is grinding away nicely. Yeah, I mean, if you want the most fun and especially the most affordable way is literally kitchen table Magic, but you need someone to play with. You also need a game store, which doesn't exist in this part of Greece. I think the only place I could find Magic cards in all of Greece is probably in Athens. Maybe Thessaloniki, or Trying to think if Kalimata would be big enough, but I have my doubts, especially because Magic isn't localized into Greek. You would find the English cards here. Well, it's building gas. I think bin utilities is almost done. I will say I had a really memorable game the other day. Basically, I successfully won because I top decked a life land. It's one of those dual lands that come into play tapped. You gain 1 life. And it gave me exactly 1 life point more than my opponent could hit me for fatal. And I was able to end them on the next turn. And it's like, that was really memorable. Yeah, Dash, I mean, that's the other thing. Being able to play Magic competitively. Like, if you don't have someone to play with, you know, you're playing with essentially randos. From what I've been told, Arena's matchmaking system is kind of broken. Apparently, it basically has, you have the visual rank, but it also has an ELO score that's hidden. And that ELO score never resets. So, you basically go up, and then you hit a wall, and then you can't win. It does go down if you lose enough games. But this has been commented and basically reverse engineered by other people. Like, there's a lot of people that want me to do a reverse engineering stream for a while, and there is a part of me that kind of wants to figure out how Arena works. But that also feels like the sort of thing that would get me a takedown from Wizards of the Coast. And, yeah, I don't really want to deal with that. I don't know if ELO would be the right word, but it's got a ranking system that goes beyond what the visible score is in season. It's similar to what Hearthstone has, from what I've been told. I've never played, like I said, I've never played Hearthstone myself. I have known people that essentially have lost their souls to Hearthstone, though. Oh yeah, I have to update the bot status. We're not building NPC anymore. We're building bin utilities. Oh. Where's the kernel at? Yeah, that's still churning away. That is taking its sweet-ass time. Yeah, I never got into Overwatch. I mean, Magic always, like, I think the Pro Tour for Magic came out in 96. I want to say the first Pro Tour was 96. And it's like, the only way you can play, you know, like, it feels like half the time, you know, you have to basically be playing meta, be god player, if you want to play the game as prescribed. I used to play Halo 3 a lot in college. I remember the matchmaking system on Halo 3 was actually pretty decent. I did play Reach a bit, but I couldn't get into it, and I liked the campaign of Halo 4, but I never had the time to play multiplayer, and I thought Halo 5 was a train wreck. I did enjoy Infinite, but I had no desire to play matchmaking. I just played the campaign, and frankly, the campaign was good enough that I felt that that was money well spent. Not that I'm expecting Halo 7 anytime soon, but at least Halo Infinite showed that Free for Free Industries was not completely incompetent after the mess that was Halo 5. Like, I've heard the multiplayer in Halo 5 was basically Call of Duty knockoff, which really rubbed a lot of people wrong. I think I did firefight mode a handful of times in Halo 5, but I never owned it. I only played on a friend's copy. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me with Pokemon trading card game, to be perfectly honest. I remember playing that one as a kid a little bit, but what I remember a lot about Pokemon TCG is it felt very swingy. And now this is like back in first and second edition, like when it had first come out. And honestly, I never really got into Pokemon again besides Gen 1. Like, I finished the Pokedex in Gen 1, which was actually really hard at the time. Especially because Gen 2 games were not a thing yet. That was a lot. I used to basically just carry a link cable. And I used to find people with Game Boys and trade. And I did a lot of trading to complete the Pokedex in Gen 1 as a kid. And I never had the desire to go back. Never played Gen 2 or any of the later ones. No desire to even play Gen 1 again. What's it currently building? I think it's... Yeah, it's building BFD. No, trying to figure out what it's currently building right now. I think it's building LD. I think it's almost at the end of the build. And that looked like Reed Elf. Yeah, it looks like it's almost at the end. I hope it's almost at the end. We might actually get all the way to GCC tonight. I don't know if we're going to finish it, but... Well, I mean, Pokemon really targets young kids. I mean, Magic the Gathering was always like teenage folks. Like, I played it much younger than that, but it's always felt like it's like, look at the amount of text on the typical Magic card. Okay, so it is an LD. So I believe LD is the last thing it builds. I'm trying to remember what the build utilities is. I mean, hook them while they're young. Cigarette companies have done that for years. It's effective. I still play Magic on and off. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought there, like I said. I mean, how many people actually build a toolchain from source? Honestly, I have been debating commissioning a VTuber avatar for the channel. I did some VTubing years and years ago, and I actually did enjoy it. I never really got back around to actually doing it, but I don't really like having the camera on me. Like, I don't hate how I look, but I feel like a VTuber avatar would actually be more fitting than not. No, I mean, Catherine, yeah, distribution maintainers would know it, but let's be honest, how many, even then, it's usually part of an automated build system. It's not like they typically watch the build all, you know, there at the keyboard. Like, I do it. There's probably a few other people that do, but it's not all that many. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's probably about maybe 30 people who really understand tool chains under Linux. I'm trying to remember if Chromium still ships with its own toolchain, or maybe I'm thinking about Android. Because I've built Chromium embedded framework from scratch before, and I want to say they shipped a flipping copy of Clang in the source download. They do that with Android. I can't remember if Clang they did that with Chromium. I'm legitimately trying to remember that one. I don't want to look it up. Because I know on Android they ship... I'm assuming it's Clang these days. It used to be custom GCC. I don't know how much they actually patched the toolchain, but it was definitely a pain point at times. I mean, there's a part of me that kind of wants to do a little bit of Android hacking. I haven't done that in literally decades. Although if I was really going to go down that particular rabbit hole, I'd almost want to, like, do something with the old Symbian source code. Like, did anyone ever get it? Symbian was very briefly open source. Yeah, so they did actually have a Cume Symbian base port. Yeah, I mean, they open sourced it and then Symbian just flat out died. I forgot. I think Microsoft bought Nokia. I think that was what actually killed Symbian. You know what? I'm going to look that one up. God, the Wikipedia page doesn't even, like, talk about it being open sourced. Oh, that just finished. Awesome. Yeah, they outsourced it to Accenture, which I believe also had the old Palm OS. Oh, did Nokia change their logo again? Oh, wow, that's... Ow. Ow, that actually... That's so sharp, it hurts my eyes. Palm OS was never open source. There was Palm OS 6 Cobalt, which was the Access Linux platform. And you know what? I remember having the developer beta of that in the emulator, but it has completely fallen off the internet. Yeah, it doesn't. I looked for it a few years ago, and because apparently a few phones of it did ship. But basically, they only shipped in Japan. And then it basically got replaced with WebOS. At least I didn't WebOS basically get fully open sourced. I'm pretty sure it did, and then nothing got done with it. Like, I don't remember. Let me take a look here. So it's Open WebOS present. Yeah, well, okay, so it's not dead. It's just being used on TV platforms. But apparently it's still open source. So that is bin utilities basically cooked. So yeah, that kind of leaves glibc as the next one. I don't know if how far we're going to get down the glibc rabbit hole, but yeah, it's going to be kind of a long one. I honestly don't know. I mean, from what I've seen, most TVs don't have any sort of actual notion of security. I mean, apparently a lot of them have ADB running on port 5555. And you can find a disgusting number of them available on public on Shazam. Which is why you have malware that targets Android ADB connections. I mean, yeah, smart TV botnets go burr. mean, God knows. I mean, I remember when IoT was just a buzzword, not everything being smart devices. I mean, we now also have smart refrigerators and God knows how much. Like, I don't think a smart TV has ever made my life better. No, and I'm pretty sure a smart refrigerator has done the... Well, I've never been in a household with it, but I can't imagine it would be any better either. Like, the idea that we have to be online 24/7, and I realize the hypocrisy of saying this on a live stream. I mean, real tech. I don't disagree with you on that one. Oh God, smart electric Bluetooth. Yay! My phone making pings that saying I haven't brushed my teeth today, or I've only brushed my teeth 6 out of 7 days of the week because this is one of the things that I really fucking hated about the Apple Health app to the point that I basically had to disable it. Is it honestly felt like an active dissent. Like, it honestly felt felt demotivating instead of motivating. Well, I basically get monitors, which, let's be honest, you plug into HDMI and you have a non-smart TV, but kind of a dying breed, at least in large scale. Honestly, Kevin, probably the reason your TV runs like shit is they use an underpowered SoC and then loaded it up with bloatware because there's no other thing. There's no other two things that basically go hand in hand as cheap manufacturers and adware. I'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. Yeah, like I remember when my old place in Jersey City, we had washer dryers in the building, and then the landlord stopped paying for the internet connection for them, so they couldn't process payments, and thus we lost washer dryer in the building. God, looking at our politics was a mistake. Like, you know what I miss? Cars with tactile controls. I hate all this touchscreen crap. And it's really just there to be fancy. I mean, I feel like I'm going to cause an accident by turning on the air conditioner, while in older cars I can just reach down and turn the knob. Okay, yeah, I think we're going to. The problem is that I tend to look at the news at random when I've got a few minutes. It's not one of my better habits. And it's probably something I should probably put a block on. We're currently cross-compiling bin utilities, so we are about to. After this is done, we actually start cross-building the toolchain. Like, this is most of the hurdle. Once we get on the other side of GCC, assuming it works, I only need a handful of utilities more than that to basically build the everything. Yeah, I legitimately don't actually need that many things past this point. God, so what you're telling me, it'll be the HP of fountain pens? Oh god, that's a depressing thought. I can just see venture capital getting all over that. Alright, that's bin utilities done. Now we get to do the really painful one. Trying to think if there's anything else I really need to build. Where are my notes? Because I should probably note this down. Yeah, there's actually quite a few things I still actually need to build, like Flex and Bison, but I don't think it matters that much. I probably should cross-compile Flex and Bison, but I don't think I need it just yet. So if we go to cross tools GCC, four six 3 make dir build Linux native. All right, I think we're ready to fire this off. So configure. Host. Actually, you know what? I want to look at the config for the final toolchain because I'm skipping a step in their process. All right, that is, as they say, fire in the hole. Build, host, target, target. Okay, yep. We are now cross-compiling GCC. This is going to take a long time. Is this still going? That is still going, although it is actually almost at the end. Although that's where it hung before. I'm just going to, we're just going to just let that chill. Okay, and that's the status updated. I legitimately want to get on the other side of this project, though. Where's my stream? Like, where's all the... Here it is. Cross-compiling GCC itself is always a very irk-a-dirk moment, to put it bluntly. But we're going to find out if it works. The idea of a pen soft locking is like, oh god. Yeah, you know, I'm going to give it J4 just hopefully get this done in a reasonable amount of time. I'm definitely at the... I might go AFK for a bit, to be honest. What was his name? The worst poet in the English language. It was... Was it William McGonagall? It's like, there's a pen for the worst poet. Or maybe it's a counter to Vogan poetry. Or maybe I'm thinking the second worst poet. All right, now we're waiting for Gmake to do its thing, and every time we build Gmake is definitely, shall we say, a long, not Gmake. Every time we build GCC is kind of being long. Karl 386, we're building the Userland for the Linux from scratch system. So we are now cross-compiling GCC. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. At least for now. Doing a lot of configuring. Ugh. Checking for Pon. What are you, Moogle? We are definitely cruising. Like, legitimately. Once we get past GCC, I have to actually see if it flipping works. Like, the last time I cross-compiled GCC, I ended up with a dead compiler. But I'm reasonably optimistic that this will work. I hope. I think the first time I ever did this, and quite possibly the last time, was when I did this for the NSLU2 and the Unslug project. We're cross-compiling GCC itself, so we're building a Linux native compiler that runs on Linux from Interex. I always find it weird to cross-compile a compiler, but that's what we're doing. So, Catcher, you also missed like a discussion on Magic the Gathering and other trading card games because that's kind of been the mood today. So I'm kind of hoping that this just builds. Yeah, well, there's a lot of compiling involved with making a Linux distribution from scratch, especially if you're building on top of Windows XP. At least I don't need to cross-build the Ada compiler. That would just be miserable. Not even... I would have to cross-compile that for Interex first. And, oh, God, that sounds really nasty. Like, it could conceivably be done. God, great. Now I have lobbyists in my stream wanting a chair. First I give them a chair, then they're going to demand a lamp, and then suddenly they're going to form a whole civilization. Dust Aram, it would probably be faster. Yeah, I almost think it would be faster if I did it that way. But I'm not doing it that way. Also, I don't think I could success... Like, if XP was on bare metal, yeah, I could run a VM on it, but I don't think XP supported nested VMs, because that requires hardware support that predates XP, or postdates XP. No, it is possible. In modern Intel and AMD chips have ways to do it, where you can nest it. Well, you know, it's checking the size of long languages. This actually may be done fairly quickly, because when you're cross-compiling the cross-compiler, or cross-compiling a compiler, because we're not doing a Canadian cross. Yeah, I think the only long part of this is when it actually goes to build GCC itself. But it's just a matter of getting out to the far end of this project. If I have a working compiler, like, I'm going to breathe very easily when this is all said and done. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, that's what the official documentation... to give context for those who are just listening, Dash talked about Lazarus, which is a Pascal... is it Pascal or Delphi? But it's one of those two programming languages, and it says some projects might support cross-compiling. You're happy to try it if you have the time. Please report to us if it worked. Which is really an at least they acknowledge the possibility that someone might want to do it. Honestly, I think for a very chill stream, I think I want to play with CPM on a Commodore 128. It'll be an emulated 128, but it would be a 128 regardless. Cold Ice, thank you for becoming a channel member. It really does make a huge difference. Oh yeah, the Sigwin emote, because that was... When I did the POSIX subsystem video, I added that as an emote because it's the official... The real POSIX subsystem was just Sigwin. Pascal is the basic programming language, and then Delphi was the object-oriented Pascal that added a bunch of Windows stuff for it. Delphi, in theory, was a cross-platform environment, but it really never got off Windows. It's still around, actually. I think Embargo has it. I know a lot of people that swear by Delphi, like they really remember it. I remember Visual Basic more than I remember Delphi, but that's just because of the stuff I ran back in the day. That being said, I always preferred Pascal-style languages to C-style ones, even though I learned C first. Like, I actually really like Ada. Well, a lot of software got written in Delphi, and rewriting the software is more expensive than just shelling out for what current versions of Delphi go for. So yeah, there's that. It's why you should always be wary of doing programming in a proprietary programming language. All right, so that's GCC doing its config. COBOL, Fortran, and Lisp. I've done very little. I've done a little COBOL. I've done some Lisp. I've never really had a reason to touch Fortran. The only time I ever deal with it is when I have to compile amateur radio stuff from scratch. And I'm hoping at some point I will actually get my flipping amateur radio license back. That would be like really flipping nice. I just noticed that it's building something with Target. Well, hopefully I end up with a working compiler. Like, perhaps that's me being very optimistic. You know, I should actually check that the LD that I got on my installed system is like, you know... Yeah, that's LD. I've seemed to have somehow screwed up the terminal. Long in is 64-bit integer, or yeah, it would be 64-bit. Yeah, I should turn the light on in here because the sun has gone down. I'm sitting in a room in the dark, and now there's light. Alright, well, we're definitely cruising. I think I ran out of commentary 2 streams ago. Like, I need something to talk about. I got both C and Java in uni, but I got hired out at the beginning of my junior year, so I never finished my degree. Modern C++ feels like a kitchen sink that has a second kitchen sink to a third kitchen sink that has the tendency that everyone else uses one part of the kitchen sink that is completely disconnected from the other part of the kitchen sink. Like, yeah, I don't have happy, fun feelings about C++. I've done a lot of stuff with CMake in the past. Okay, so host default. Okay, looks like it's running 2 configure scripts again. I haven't touched Java in probably over a decade. Possibly even more. Richard N., thank you for subscribing. I don't think we're going to make any progress in Netbooting today. So I'm just going to change the title of the stream because Netbooting I don't think is happening. Well, now it says it's building a cross compiler. I guess. Oh, I should have probably given it -- disable bootstrap. Oh well, doesn't matter. I know this toolchain builds on Interx. I know this toolchain builds for Linux. So hopefully I can build this toolchain to run on Linux, targeting Linux. But now I almost feel like I should do the reverse and build a 2 Interx cross compiler from Interx. Like that feels appropriately cursed. Java is actually really hard to port the JRE. Like, it's not trivial. All right, links are now set up to build on Interx PC, 586 PC Interx, a native compiler for x86 unknown Linux GNU. All right. I believe that's what they call gaming. God, going down the open Darwin rabbit hole. I kind of wanted to do something with Darwin, but I haven't really decided if how much I really want to do it. I still feel like I want to write a book. I do feel like that's something I'm kind of gunning for. Alright, so I think now... what are we currently waiting for? I think we're at the point where we just wait for gmake to run for 5 minutes. Although I don't see the RAM usage going up. Did this finish? Yeah, that actually did finish. I don't think it built modules. Or maybe it did. Hold on. Oh, it did build modules. Cool. That means I think we're probably actually ready to test netbooting. Do I really want to do that right now? I guess I do. We're just kind of sitting here and waiting for it. Alright, so I lied. We are actually going to be doing netbooting. So let's rename this to original. So cross tools. Arch. x86. Boot. Alright, so that's the kernel that should have networking support on it. So if we now go here, we reset. Alright, so that's going to Pixie boot. Oh, right, the Pixie server's not running because of the crash. Now it'll get somewhere when it tries to Pixie boot. Here, I have to, let me hit the reset button. There we go. Alright, so that Pixie booted. So now I want to pull up Putty. I just want to restart session. Right, that doesn't work right with, I don't think this is connected. I can try it. But I don't think... Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Because the way Putty works with serial TTYs is a little bit... Ergodirk. I mean, I might as well try it. Just see if I actually get output. Oh yeah, I did. Check that out. Alright, now that's nice. So the question is, will it be able to get an IP address? Waiting 10 seconds before mounting the root device. And then it completely panicked. No... Okay, so hold on. No NFS server address. Did it try and get an IP address? Like, did I... Is my net... Do I have a network device? Let's start with that. Yeah, so there is a network device. It... No NFS server root device. So that would be something here in the DHCP server. Boot file. NTP DNS server, domain name, default router. Yeah, okay, there is an option missing. I can specify it on the kernel command line, but I actually would like to remember what the option is. Yeah, it's 17. Okay, it's 17 is the magic number. So 17, and that would be 10.10.02 export, because that would be this machine. All right, cool. So let's bounce this. And then restart session. Duplicate session. Okay, so duplicate session actually does make it connect. Weird, but whatever. It's less annoying. I wish the pipe didn't reset, but I'll deal with that as it is. All right, so do we get NFS root information now? I suspect it doesn't like that, what I'm sending from the DHCP server. So you know what? We'll just put it in the command line. So for NFS root settings, I can't remember how you do this. NFS root, oh yeah, you know what? That's not going to work. 10.10.03 or 02 export. Yeah, that should do it. All right, let's try that again. Okay, that time it just opened an entirely new window, but well, whatever. Alright, so push button. So that's going to load the VC image. Let's wait for terminal output. Are we going to get a boot? Oh, you're right. It's probably option 66, although I had the command line wrong anyway, so whatever. It's waiting 10 seconds for mounting root device. This'll probably panic because there's no int binary. Oh, no, there would be one, because this would be a Debian root. What's it doing? It hasn't crashed. Yeah, it hasn't crashed. Okay, then. Let's check the log file. Oh, yeah, that's doing stuff. That, hold on. Okay, so it was unable to mount, but it didn't tell me why it was unable to mount, which is flipping useful. 10.10.02/export. IP DHCP. So it is getting an... is it getting an IP address? I assume it's getting an IP address. That being said, I didn't see it actually try to mount. This machine is 2, right? Yeah, this machine is 2. So NFS root 10.10.02. Export. Root delay. Did it give me any other sort of feedback on why it was unhappy? Just unable to mount root device. Is it hold on, let's check NFS admin. Or is it NFS share? Yeah, the share's there. Host machines allowed from 10.10.0.10. I'll be back in a second. I gotta think about this one. Alright, let me see if I can break out Wireshark. Because obviously at this point I'm going to need some sort of information. Pretty sure I've got Wireshark. Yeah, I do. So run as administrator. And then I should be able to attach it to the local bridge. Yeah, remind me later to upgrade. Yeah, so here's internal. Yeah, so those are the those two machines talking to each other. So let's flip the switch here. I'm not sure why those two machines are chatting so much. So we just saw a DHCP ACK. Where was the TCP? Where was Oh, that's RDP doing its thing. Okay, so I'm not seeing the whole bridge. That's kind of a problem. Yeah, I'm not actually seeing the whole bridge. Because that's internal. But I'm only seeing the connection between the host machine and the VM. I'm not seeing the whole LAN. I don't know if there's a way I can tap into that. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. You know what? No, it probably isn't turned on the Hyper-V level. Let me go turn that on. And hopefully I don't have to, like, boot stuff. So, switch, private network. So there's nidless capture. So I should be able to tap into it. Oh wait, it says it's not running properly? Then the easiest way, I don't think that's going to work. I could run it on Debian 9. That is an option. Yeah, it should be. Why do you have temporary failure? This is going to be like, it's going to be like that, isn't it? You should be getting a public IP address. No, I rebuilt it with networking. I can see the network device in the log. The fact that it's pinwheeling... there it goes. God, that took a while. Default switch, yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. We're currently debugging. So... situation normal, kind of effed up. Yeah, I mean, this is the standard Debian kernel. Which for some reason is not getting a valid IP address. Yeah, I might need to reboot this machine. I legitimately don't know what's going on now. Yeah, let's just do a reboot. See if the digital duct tape goes back in. So I have the Ethernet here, which, and it is in Prometheus mode. So I have all the adapters. That's a problem. I mean, I could probably find an old copy of Etherreal if I really needed it. But I'd prefer not to have to do that. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'd also have to find an ancient copy of, oh dear. Alright, you know, screw it. That's not going to finish. I'm just going to hit the reset button. Alright, so that is the official Debian kernel. So the question is, do we have networking? Can this reach the outside world? No. Are you kidding me? It looks like I think the switch interface broke. Yeah, I think the switch interface kicked the bucket. Alright, let me see here. Can I still talk to other devices within this network? Yeah, I can talk to that, no problem. Okay, so I can talk within the LAN. Yeah, no, it's my internet's fine, but the VM's connection to the internet seems to have fucked off. DHCP, NFS root, and we don't even see a connection in the log. So let me see what options we do have. Because it is successfully doing the first stage of netboot. Oh, you know what? There's NFS root debug. Maybe we can get some useful information out of that. Alright, so that's sitting there. This needs a reset. Okay, that's connected. I don't know why I have to, like, do it multiple times. I also just don't know if I care. I didn't want it to boot to local hard drive. I'd have to reboot it again. Alright, let's see if we get anything useful in the kernel log now. "10 seconds before mounting the root device." We have, yeah, we have network Ethernet. So let's see if we get anything interesting coming out of this. And now we gotta wait the 10 seconds. Hopefully we get something. Oh, you know, that is completely possible that, yeah, that they could be fighting. I think I have the XPVM bound, so it shouldn't do that. But, do I trust it? Not in the fucking slightest. So we have settings here. Yeah, so I only have it set to server interface on that interface. So do we get anything here? We still haven't gotten anything here. Like, normally it prints out messages, like, if it gets a root file system and stuff. Andy posted the option I needed. It would be 66. Oh, great. So why don't we try that? 66. Yeah, so we don't even get any flipping useful debug information. Alright, so why don't we just get rid of the NFS root argument here. Like, it shouldn't make a difference. But, who the F knows? Okay. Push button. Like, let's see if we get anything out of this. No NFS server device. Like, is it possible I need additional, I don't want to say additional pylons, but it's kind of what it feels like right now. Maybe I need more than, because I see here we have Intel Pro Ethernet drivers, but I don't see them attaching. There might be something additional I have to turn on for Hyper-V network support. Because we do get all these drivers printing out. And we now get a bunch of messages relating to Hyper-V keyboard. Yeah, see, now we get all these things about hypervisor detected Hyper-V. Let me look at the Debian VM because I have that horrible feeling there is in fact something else I need. So that's VM bus initialized. So HVNet vsec is what needs to be turned on. Because then, see, it goes to link state up and we don't have that. I thought I enabled that driver. What configure option controls that? I thought I enabled that. Config Hyper-V net is apparently what does it. And that's a module. So now if we look on Windows XP, Hyper-V net is enabled. And that is the right module, Hyper-V net. So why does that not work? Because I don't see any messages from that. Built May 11, so yeah, that's the new kernel. Hypervisor detected using hypervisor. Oh, yeah, you know what? That would do it. It only has a legacy network adapter. Because of course it only has a legacy network adapter. Yeah, that would do it. That would completely do it. Add hardware. Add a real network adapter. And you need to be stopped. I think I have to start it and then I can hard stop it. Turn off. Yeah, that would do it. Alright, add hardware. Real network adapter. You're attached to Eternal. Let's try that again. Alright. So now we need to restart you. I think if I just hit restart and do nothing else, I think it's going to work. Yep. Oh, there we go. That time it got boot information. And it got a new IP address. Yeah, so that time it got it. It got 10.10.11, boot server, and root server. That's what you're supposed to see. Okay. Sorry if I haven't been looking at the chat. Now the question is, will it do anything? Oh shoot, the root path didn't get set. It's got the root server, but it doesn't have a root path. Let's go back to TFTPD. Okay, so settings. How do I set additional options? I'm pretty sure there was help, but can I not set an additional option? I think that literally just gives me next server. And yeah, I'm surprised you have not panicked yet. Yeah, 17 is the root path, but I apparently can only give one or the other. Hold on. Where was my downloads? I think... Problem is I don't even know where I downloaded the TFTP files to. I'm assuming it's in here. Yeah. I mean, do you have... Let's look at the README. Well, that's useful. So can I not... I can set a boot file, but I can't set the path. I can set an additional option. Which is, shall we say, less than useful. Alright. Given that's the case, though, I think I can fudge it. I can set NFS root... And we'll just set root delay to 2. I probably don't even need the root delay, but, like, whatever. Alright, let's pull putty up. Yeah, I could drop it. Well, at least at this point we've gone a bit further. Yeah, but I put all the root dev options in there. Can I not use DHCP IP at all? Maybe I can't. Server IP root actions. So if I want to set IP, yeah, I can set that by hand. All right, maybe I should do that because obviously it's not liking that. So IP. So it's client IP, so that would be 11 10 10 0 2 gateway IP, which doesn't actually exist, but I'll set netmask 255.55.55.0 hostname. I think I only need the first two options. I don't think I need the everything. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure I don't need the everything. Yeah, I'm assuming you panicked out. Yeah, you don't look like you managed to find like a root file system or anything. Okay, all right, let's flip the switch and try that again. think I'm going to take a break here for dinner. Might even call it, like... I've been streaming for a while. I'm coming up on the 7-hour mark. Well, the thing is, if it's doing DHCP, I'm pretty sure it's getting settings over DHCP. So what does it say now? Now it's not even seeing root path. So why is it not happy about the root path? .10.10.0 server IP. All right, you know what? Let me just remove that. Put this back on DHCP, and let me see if that's enough to make it happy. I always feel like whenever I have to do this, it always has an ooga booga step. Yeah, and root path remains empty. Does... It really does not like that. I think it really wants it via DHCP. It should... NFS root equals export. Root delay. Oh, you know... Is it possible that option doesn't actually exist? It's listed here in the documentation. But I could see something going fucky-wucky with that. Because it's not going to boot unless it has all the bits. Yeah, still no root path. Ow. I'm kind of stumped. Oh, you're right. I haven't updated the IPs. That being said, it should give an access access denied. I think I'm going to take a break for a bit. I'm going to actually eat some dinner. Hopefully you're not like broken. Yeah, no, you look completely deadlocked. So that build froze. root/dev NFS is valid. All right, I'm going to go AFK for a bit. And just eat. And then I'm going to look at this again. Alright, I'm back. I am legitimately back. Alright, so chat made a couple good points. The question is it even trying to mount the thing? Which I kind of want to check. Also, I have hiccups. Oh, yeah, look, that is trying to mount it. That is actually trying to mount it. So I think I can't, I think I have to delete it. And then I can reshare it. And then I can set read write 011. Share name would be export. Oh, it needs a dash out. Alright, export was shared successfully. So let's just reboot this and then see what happens. So it did try to actually mount, despite the fact that it's not putting anything in the log. Alright, PC image. Oh, run, hey, welcome to Debian 9. That booted up. The problem is I didn't set a password, but that actually did boot right up. Okay, so we can actually netboot it. So now let's actually take this to its logical extreme then. If we go back to here and we take a CLFS share, you know what we've been working on, CLFS shared successfully. We now go here and we tell it to mount CLFS, and then we set int equal bin bash because we don't have an int binary right now. And then we bounce it. And then, yeah, this needs to be reattached. Do I end up in a system? Do I end up at a bash shell? Let's put it like this. Running bin bash. We do. Yeah, chat, check that out. That is actually... okay, it's having some problems. Why is it looking there? So export. Well, there's our linker. I don't know why I had this. Oh, you know why I had to set LD library path is there was no RPath on the built binaries. That being said, the linker should be looking in there. So we can netboot. But now I'm very confused on... Do I have strings? I do have strings, actually. God, this is a little wild. Yeah, this is hosted off the... Where are you looking? I don't have a grep command. But yeah, okay, so netbooting, I'm still going to have to figure out how to build Pixie Linux legit, but that's what they call great triumph. All right, so we can put that to the side now. We can go over here. That's... What are you currently doing? I really hope you're not hung again. No, you're not. You're getting ready to do the next part. Building BusyBox is kind of obnoxious. Not gonna lie on that one. So I'm not going to do it unless I actually need it. I don't think I'm going to actually need it. But I do want to know why the dynamic linker isn't seeing that. Oh, wait. I don't have LD config. Yeah, I don't have an LD config. That actually suddenly makes sense. But I do want to see where it's searching. Yeah, I need LD config to make that work properly. But the fact is, it did boot, and it got to where it needed to. I still need to build the rest of it, but that's progress. And that's still going up. Hopefully it's not hung completely. Like, it would be nice not to. LD config is on the list of things we do need to build. We just haven't gone there yet. Okay, so that is... we have successfully netbooted the damn thing. So if I can just figure out how to build Pixie Linux on services for Unix, I will have a completely built system. Alright, I gotta add that to my notes. Yeah, I gotta add that to my notes. Okay, that's going. I think I'm going to tap out at the 8-hour mark. I don't really want to be streaming, like, excessive. Let's see here. SFU script. Bin utilities. Kicked off GCC build. Just managed to get netboot going with some pain and suffering. Successfully booted into Debian chroot, successfully booted into cross Linux from scratch environment. Well, that's what we call progress. Because as long as I can successfully cross build GCC, I can native build everything else over NFS. Streaming excessively is when I get to the 10 or 11 hour mark, but That's fucking Pog. Like, okay, I really did just say that, but holy shit, that actually did work. So yeah, we still need to figure out how we're going to build Pixie Linux, for this to be, shall we say, 100% legit. But that's a solvable problem. I know I can solve that problem. And because I can netboot it, that means the partitioning problem is solved. I can just build parted and makeFS, and I can do it that way. There's no problems. I should even be able to compile in that environment once I get the cross-compiler. So, yeah, we are in business. We are legitimately in business. I'm actually really happy with that. That means, all things considered, I don't know. I thought you could build React OS on Linux. Like, I don't think there's anything special about that. Yeah, so it really comes down to if I get a working GCC out of this. If I get a working GCC out of this, it's basically done. Because it's the last thing I would need to be able to cross to self-host everything. So yeah, I really just have to figure out how to build Pixie Linux. I don't know if that's going to be the next stream. I think the next stream is going to be basically building out... That might be the next stream, is tackling Pixie Linux, which will probably be Tuesday. I got the script done. I mean... Hypothetically, I could do it. I don't know if I really want to do it. I think calling it there. So yeah, we're really just waiting for the cross GCC to finish. There's not much else to do. But that is what they call gaming. Okay, I'm legitimately happy with that progress. I think we're going to go to the 8-hour mark, and I'll pull the plug then, because at this point, we're literally just waiting for GCC. It's probably still going to be pretty slow over NFS, but that does legitimately solve the big issue. I might have to build a 32-bit compiler to build Pixie Linux. I don't know. It might just need bin utilities, actually, now that I think about it. It might just need a cross bin utilities. Yeah, I'm legitimately happy with that. That means we've got Linux built, we've got the Userland built, which means all we need to actually finish it is, I gotta build the rest of the core system. I have to build Grub, but I don't even have to worry about cross-compiling Grub. Yeah, I think it's multiple ones. I'm not worried about it. At this point, we're good. Like, we're legitimately good. I just need to get a handful more utilities built, and then we basically have everything we need. I might need some utilities for, like, Mount NFS. I don't know exactly what I need for that. Like, I have to rebuild core utilities. I have to rebuild Bash. Yeah, this has literally been a turducken of compilers to get this far. I believe Linus released 0.1 by saying that he had Bash working because he had access to the Free Software Foundation's herd tools. I mean, Bash is older than Linux. Most of this is older than Linux. Yeah, I'm tired. That's kind of the dopamine adrenaline drop at the end of it. I also got the script written out for the next devlog, so I really just have to record it and do it, and then that's done. So, yeah, the original one was 386 only. Oh god, yeah, I'm just kind of riding the dopamine high right now because that's what that feels like. I'm calling this one a successful stream. Like, I don't think there's any other words for this. Ooh. Also felt a bunch of muscles go crack. I'm gonna go walk around while this builds. I don't think this is gonna finish tonight. Like, I'll leave it up for a little bit longer, but we'll see. But yeah, that is an absolute effing big. That is a big fat W. I am legitimately just like rocking Cloud9 right now. Pixie Linux is, think of it as grub for booting off a network. That's the easiest way to think of it. It's a bootloader for netbooting, because you can't quite load a Linux kernel directly off the Pixie environment. So I should actually, I do believe I have uname A. Oh, I don't have dmessage. That's in that's in Linux utilities, which I haven't built yet. Oh, that is fucking victory. Yeah, I am legitimately cooked. My brain has... I'm cooked, but I am very happy with that. Let me write my notes out for the session. It's probably the last thing I'm going to do. As far as, like, actual useful thing. Oh, no, I already wrote my notes, which really says how cooked I am. Tomorrow I gotta do classwork. I gotta record this voiceover, so I probably have a 30-minute devlog I have to edit, which is gonna be kind of fucking miserable. Oh yeah, I do have proc. I think I do have proc K message. Do I have clear? No, I don't have clear. I would have to mount. Hold on, mount T proc none proc. I don't have mount. That should be in core utilities. Oh, it must have not built it because I'm cross-compiling. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a problem. I don't have a mount command. I'm going to have to rebuild core utilities in this environment. Yeah, I believe it mount is in core utilities. It might be in Linux utilities, but I was fairly certain it's in core utilities. Let me see where mount is living. Mount is in its own package called mount, which is in util Linux. Okay, yeah, so we still gotta do that one. We haven't built all of it yet. That is literally the bare minimum system to get into a userland. Alright, I think a screenshot of this is actually in order. Okay. Yeah, this is getting posted on the community page. All right, so pull out the sniping tool. God, my brain is... Alright, save as... Save to desktop. let me pull up my community page. So that's here. Posts, images, select from desktop. Post. And I'm also going to throw that on Mastodon. Post. All right, and that is a Mastodon post made. Okay. So where is this? Okay, so that's running fix include. I don't know if it actually should be running fix include, but whatever. Oh yeah, no, it's still got to do. It's cross compiling the toolchain, so yeah, whatever. Okay, let me go find chat. I honestly think what I'm going to do for the rest of the night is I'm going to sit with my laptop. I'm just going to play Magic the Gathering for a few hours. I should probably like do something useful, but I guess this counts. The problem with BusyBox is, I mean, you can't run a configure script with BusyBox. Its shell just doesn't have it in it. I know there was some effort to make it work, but as far as I know, you can't run a configure script with BusyBox's Ash. Yeah, we can get mount, we just don't have it yet. But yeah, that is legitimate progress. Sarah, thank you for never doubting me. I appreciate that. You also have a very blue personal profile picture. Ooh. Once we got over the hump of getting a newer GCC built, theoretically there was nothing stopping me from doing the rest. Yeah, so the only hard part left is Pixie Linux, because I'm not sure what that's going to take to build on XP services for Unix. It did mostly build when we tried it, which is kind of optimistic. I might need a 32-bit cross-compiler for it. I really hope that's not what I'm going to need to build. It might just need 32-bit bin utilities. So, we'll see. Never been to Tokyo. I stepped foot in Japan, but it was only running through Narita. I never crossed immigration, which I kind of regret. I think I'm just going to use Grub because I'm going to want to boot it off the hard drive and like whatever. I am currently thinking of what to do next. I kind of want to play with Unixware, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard amazing things about Alhambra. Yeah, I mean, I could use sys Linux. I mean, but I might as well just build Grub for the sake of it. Well, there's going to be a fat partition regardless because you need the UEFI system partition. I'm just doing some squats here at my desk. I don't want to do like an exercising with N channel, but I feel like it might be good for my own health. If I do that, it would be on N's life in Greece. I wouldn't do that on the main channel. I really gotta get back to that one. But I want this project done. I want this off my plate. And at this point, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, this is the light at the end of the tunnel. UEFI, it's more Intelisms more than anything else. It's definitely based, like, there's definitely resemblance to Microsoft's earlier advanced risk computing boot architecture, or the ARC system. But it's not directly based on it. I think Intel just took notes. Like, there's definitely some Microsoft DNA in UEFI. I mean, there's so many UUIDs in the damn thing, it feels like a Microsoft product, but it's also entirely possible Intel came up with that by itself. So hopefully, GCC just basically finishes, and then we can build the everything we need. It's technically not FAT. It's a frozen in time standard snapshot of FAT as it existed in 2003, which was basically to make sure it would be an always stable platform, but it's effectively FAT. Real tech, I would love to look at proc, but I have no way of mounting it. I don't have it mounted. And I have no mount command yet. So that's doing make install of a Leaf directory. So that just built libgcc _s. What's Dan Muff Kufan? What is ASF? Wow, holy crap, my brain is effectively toast. It's legitimately out the other side. I mean, you could basically see, if the comparison of Gentoo Stage 1, you could basically say I did Stage 0, which was building the Stage 1. Oh god, that would be actually a funny way to end it, is then I run Gentoo on top of it. Oh, the container for W. Okay, you know, it did sound familiar. Okay, so it did leave that directory. Has this hung again? Yeah, that looked like it actually did hang again. That's annoying. I really hate that Gmake keeps deadlocking here. Let's see here. It's 10:20 local time. Well, we've had Gmake hang several other times. Yeah, that's looking deadlocked. I'm going to Control-C it. And then I'm just going to build it without a J flag. I'm just going to build it single core because I think I'm just going to let it run overnight. I'm not going to do any more beyond this. All right, we're at the 7-hour, 45-minute mark. I think this is a good place to call it. So, yeah. Last call for comments and such. I'll give it like a minute or two for anyone to make last comments, and then I will pull the plug. I also seem to have lost my chat window again. Where did that go? Like, seriously. Oh, okay, it's over here. Alright, I am going to catch this later. Alright, folks, this is your host, N Commander, signing out. Wishing you all a pleasant day, and hope you're having one too. See y'all